Let me greet the leadership of the department, who I believe is here, the support staff of Parliament, and every single person who's on this platform. You're welcome. Hajira, can I request that you please put up the notice of today's meeting? And once again, just to thank Honorable Subrathi for holding the fort. Maybe before we go there, is the Secretariat able to advise us of whether we have any changes in the composition of the committee? Do we have any new members? I know that Honorable Makubela has resigned from Parliament. I'm just checking whether we've had any replacements or any other new names ATC'd.
Good morning, Chairperson. You are correct. Ms. Kubela has resigned. We have not received any new names as yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last, one of the last changes I suppose we had was Mr. Ngobeni of the IFP joining us. The Patriotic Alliance, have they replaced composition?
Yes, correct. Mr. Hendricks is online and he has been in meetings for the last 3 to 4 meetings already. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My apologies, Mr. Hendricks. Let me join the colleagues in welcoming you, which I'm sure they did warmly. Okay, colleagues, that is the agenda for today's meeting. It's a presentation by the Department on governance reforms and addressing the regulatory gaps. We've then asked ICASA to come and present on how they plan to address technical skills gap within the organization and the performance-based reskilling programs for regulatory staff. Then the committee advisors, researchers will then be presenting on the tracking tool for the committee. And the last issue is the consideration of the oversight report to Gauteng. Maybe just to give some background on these items, I think it's common cause that there are challenges within the SOEs, within the entities in the portfolio, and they have been, we are informed, steps that are being taken to deal with those matters. But the issue of both a legislation as well as regulation, legislation as well as regulations, yes, which are outdated, which are archaic, continues to plague the industry. And members will remember that during the course of last year, we did have discussions on what our role as Parliament should be and the extent to which we should be pushing some of these reforms, especially, particularly from the legislative level, which is anyway our primary mandate instead of waiting for government on all of those issues. So before I call for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable Deputy Minister, I see your hand is up.
Hey, sorry, Honorable Chair. Maybe I'm not sure if I've come at the wrong time. Good morning to yourself, and if I'm in my case, welcome from ad hoc. And thanks for the opportunity, Chair. There's a crisis. I don't know. I was supposed to raise it at an apology time or now. You will advise in terms of my presence in the meeting.
Let's just adopt the agenda at DM, and then I'll go into apologies immediately after.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, that is the agenda. May I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Subrathi, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me greet you and all colleagues on the call. Chairperson, I would like to also suggest that we have a slight addition to the agenda. I had asked the Secretariat to give us a very brief note in terms of what's the progress towards our intended study tour that departs on the 28th of March. And Secretariat has indicated there has been some developments. And I thought more so with you being present today, it would be useful for us to get a brief update in terms of what progress has been gone. If Chairperson can accept that, then I would also then move for the adoption for the agenda with that addition, if that is in order, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Indeed, that is very much in order. We will add it as item number 5. Do I have a seconder for the adoption of the agenda with the addition that Honorable Subrathi has made? Honorable Matafa?
Good morning, Chair, DM, and members, and all the guests on the call. Yes, Chair, please allow me to second the proposal by Honorable Suprati for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. So the agenda is duly adopted. Maybe let's take apologies now. DM Gungubele, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and then thank you for your indulgence. I just wanted to say, if I would be so allowed, I'm prepared to do the opening, and then the team goes through. There's a crisis I cannot postpone, which I'm supposed to attend to whilst the committee is ensuing. That's all I wanted to say, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. We've noted that apology. Honorable Singh.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and apologies if my audio is not too clear. Chair,
I can't keep to zero.
Mr. Sigave, could you please mute your microphone? Apologies for that. You may continue, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Deputy Minister and to all on the meeting. Chair, I have an appointment in my constituency with the Minister regarding the FMD vaccine rollout. So I'm humbly asking to be let off early. I will stay on for as long as I can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. That apology is well noted. Any other apologies, Honorable Subrathi?
Chairperson, kindly note the apology of Honorable Mkhaga, who is traveling on a study tour. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
I see the DG's hand is up.
thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. If I maybe ask Hajera to note the apologies or table the apologies from the department, please. I can come afterwards if it's not clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Hajira?
Chairperson, we have the apology from the Minister. The Minister has prior ministerial commitments. I did get the apology from the DG, but the DG is online at the moment. Mr. Mbezi has an apology. Ms. Chakia donors will arrive late, probably from 10 onwards. And Ms. Podlani has requested that she leaves on time at 1, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are noted. Do you have any additions, DG?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. An apology from myself. I thought it was, I've got a 10 o'clock physical meeting in terms of security. A request to be excused then. Leading the department in terms of the presentation will be DDG Shalembe, who will then take us through the governance, but I'll be on for the first hour. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members, colleagues. With all those apologies having been noted, I think that we should not waste any time and get straight into it. I also want to ensure that this meeting wraps up on time as at 1300 hours as per the request, I think, an apology of Honorable Bodlan. Maybe without any further ado, let me then hand over to you, Deputy Minister, maybe to introduce, make remarks on the first two presentations. We'll take them together and then engagement will follow, and then we will take the last 3 items, which are more committee facing, and the department is released at that point. DDG Gungubele, sorry, DM Gungubele,
Yes.
over to you, Madhu.
Maybe I should apply for DDG, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, and the team from the department led by the DG. There are 2 issues, as you have already referred, Chairperson. One, the department will be sharing with you the organization of the governance framework and what is improved and what is being attended to be better. It's well structured and well, the intention is to present it, and then probably the wisdom of the committee will actually interact with that presentation, improve where there's a need for improvement, and clarify where we need to clarify questions. There's a progress report in that regard. things that have been lifted, which are being done better than before, and so on. That's a governance framework. And the second issue is ICASA. ICASA will be dealing with an intention or an organization to adapt with the current need, with the service demands of the moment in as far as their mandate is concerned. They have been able to analyze what they would refer to as organizational skills gap and a number of other issues that they require in order to be able to respond to the current situation. And although that is not in their document, they would, if you remember, one of the challenges ICASA would be having is the issue of real-time, real-time pronouncement on the state of coverage. But they are better placed to speak on that. But they will be dealing more essentially with how they intend to organize skills where they have realized skill gap in line with the current what to call service demand in as far as their mandate is concerned. Without a waste of time, Honorable Chair, I'll ask DG maybe to lead, and whoever is going to speak, that will be guided by DG. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, DM, before you get off, especially because you're going to leave the meeting, I think I'm looking for a political commitment. When are we likely to get the business case, which looks at revised funding for ICASA? Because I think that's quite important as well.
Well, I don't have a real-time answer on that one, but I think we have put the issue so that within reasonable time, we must be able to give an answer. Maybe ICASA and DG can actually give you an immediate. That's not the matter I was occupied with when I came here, but it's a very fundamental question. But I don't have a real-time answer now. My apology.
Thank you, DM. DDG Shilembe?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the DM, the DG, the colleagues from the department, and everybody else who's part of this platform. Chair, I am going to run this presentation ably assisted by my colleagues, but essentially the overview of the presentation is as follows. We will start off with the governance issues pertaining to the department itself, followed by the portfolio integrated audit action plan, both of those issues which will be led by our CAE, Mr. James Radebe. I will then come in to make the presentation on internal SOE governance reform program. I'll run most part of the presentation, and then towards the end, I will then again invite my colleagues to speak about reforms pertaining to specific entities such as SETA and USASA. If we can go to the next slide, please. So I will then be inviting Chairperson, our CAE, to take us through the governance issues pertaining to the department. With your permission, Chair, Mr. James Radebe.
Thank you, Tirichi. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, Minister. Good morning, DG, senior management of the department. Before us, we are looking at the governance of the department, and the key part is to mention that the DCDT has prioritized governance as an institutional reform mechanism that establish a solid environment and foundation for the execution of the strategy of the department. In doing so, what we've done, we've developed a governance framework as an overarching policy that stipulates fundamental principles, practices which are adopted and are being implemented by the department, and so that we ensure that we make the impact as articulated in the strategy. Further, the governance framework outlines the institutionalized and the formation of the governance and management structures. And then in terms of the governance and management structures, we have the relevant governance structures providing an effective oversight, such as the Risk and Ethics Committee and Audit Committee. And we have established steering committees. Within the steering committees, we have the IT Steering Committee. And to drive the collaboration and integration, coordination, consolidation, the department has established forums such as the Chairperson's Chief Audit Executive Officers Forum, Planners Forum, Chief Audit Executive and CFO Forum, the Portfolio Integrated Audit Committee Forum. These reforms are really seeking to address the impediments and delineate the governance roles and responsibilities. I must do a qualifier to say, under the normal arrangement of the governance, you find that we are unable to untangle some of the challenges, but with these forums, we are able to work with our entities and address issues that are challenges between the entities and the forums. We can move to the next slide. The other point to mention is to say the management structures we are talking about, which plays a critical role in providing a strategic direction, is the Ministers Committee, the EXCOs, and the MANCO management, and the mandated committees according to certain legislation like your supply chain, finance, human capital. But further, to enhance the governance environment, we have a strategy formulation process which is aligned to the NDP, MTDP, and ministers' priorities. And also within the governance environment, we are having key policies, framework strategies are in place, which sets the tone and outlines the key control requirements and standards. Supported by that, the department has commissioned a process of ensuring that all key business processes, which talks to the standard operating procedures of the department, are developed, and they embed key controls to manage the risks. And that is the area where we are really seeking to improve the most. The department intends to attract and develop and retain competent individuals and striving to achieve the employment equity targets. And in this instance, we have developed the policy of development, but obviously we are working on formulating the strategies in terms of retention and attraction. The department is inculcating the culture of compliance in terms of the culture of compliance, performance, and ethical leadership through various interventions. And then the department also, sorry, go back quite a bit. You've just moved quicker than me. The department is also making sure that inculcate the culture of compliance, performance, and ethical leadership through various interventions. And then move next, the organizational. Next. And then also in place, we have a risk and compliance management process. We have established the risk management policies, frameworks, and processes that outlines to manage risk to an acceptable level under the leadership of the Risk and Ethics Committee. And we have implemented compliance monitoring mechanisms are in place to enforce the compliance to the relevant laws and regulations. As a key component of the governance space, we have the independent assurance, which consists of the internal audit function that reports to the audit committee. And then we institutionalize the portfolio integrated audit action plan process in order to ensure the attainment and sustenance of positive audit outcomes under the leadership of the Portfolio Integrated Audit Committee Forum. And this is where we look across the portfolio in terms of addressing the issues that are related to the positive audit outcome. And also, we have put in place the Executive Authority Dashboard Monitoring Reporting, and which is applied across the portfolio that seeks to monitor whether governance is held at the required level across the portfolio. Assessments are made per individual entity and is consolidated and presented to the governance structures highlighted above. Move to the next one. When you look at the implementation of the portfolio integrated audit action plans, focusing on the resolution of the findings identified by Auditor General, we are looking at across the portfolio, we've got 549 actions. And then in terms of ones that are in progress, we're sitting at 237. Not resolved and overdue is 70. And I must mention that with the not resolved and overdue, these are really held at the highest level in terms of the department. The minister in the main expos engage with us to drive the addressing of these issues. And some of the reason which includes the capacity constraints in some of the actions, and some is the inadequate financial resources to address those actions, and some is inadequate analysis of root cause such that the correct aligning actions is developed to address the deficiency. Unrealistic timeframes. Sometimes we find that because we want to pursue the audit outcome to be positive, we apply a time frame that necessarily the item looks for a long term, but we are indicating as, and therefore the entities are really engaged robustly on these issues. And then within the space of the internal audits, we are sitting at 1,327 actions. Those that are in progress is 305, and not resolved overdue 416. I must point out that with the Auditor General space, we are looking at a slight improvement. If you look at the resolution that was reported in November, there was an improvement of 10%. And when it comes to the internal audit one, there was an improvement of 2%. And the reason the internal audit one looks a bit a high number in terms of the actions, obviously it's the internal audit functions are internal within the department. They cover a broader scope of the processes, and the actions is quite a number. Thank you. I believe that my part is coming to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CAE, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm going to continue then and present our SOE governance reform program. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So we have observed across the portfolio really over a period of time that our entities, particularly the bigger ones, Schedule 2 and 3B entities, are facing financial sustainability issues and going concern problems. I'm going to try and link these all challenges to governance, which is why then we are focusing on governance as a lever to improve on these areas. There has been noticeable instability on the governance front as well, including dysfunctional boards in terms of either board squabbles or boards that are incorrect and so on. We have had a fair number of whistleblower allegations and investigations, which we have undertaken as the department. These all bring about negative media publicity for the department, the portfolio, the ministry, and so on. And we have also noted some instances of audit regressions and repeat findings, which we all attribute again to governance lapses. And of course, there has been a big issue of performance relating to some entities with areas of underachievement being noticed in the portfolio. These issues therefore required structural reform rather than isolated interventions. And we have then taken or undertaken these reforms looking at the portfolio as a whole. So what are the gaps that we identified, from a systemic point of view? We just did an informal diagnostic assessment, which I identified that we have inconsistent board appointment processes, which we felt needed to be formalized and made consistent across the portfolio. There was a lack of standardized shortlisting methodology for people to be considered to be board members. And there is a fundamental issue of board performance assessments. These are required to be undertaken each year, but there has been instances where these assessments have either not been done or even when done, have not been sufficiently done, going deep into the issues affecting both governance and performance. We have also noticed the misalignment between governance evaluation and entity outcomes, which is why we are focusing then on governance as a driver for entity outcomes. There is an issue of observed inconsistent shareholder compacts. Shareholder compacts are required by law that the minister enters into them with Schedule 2 and 3B entities. And we have been over time noticing that they vary from entity to entity, and we are in the process of rationalizing those. And of course, there has not been a formal framework for structured escalation for governance crisis. This has therefore informed our reform program and the actions that we have undertaken to deal with them. On board appointments reform, we have standardized the board appointment process to include, one, the implementation of a uniform terms of reference process for shortlisting panels. We will typically appoint a nominations committee or a nominations panel that will assist the minister to sift through the nominated individuals for boards. Over the years, this has been done without following a uniform set of terms of reference for identifying a suitable candidate. So we have now established a uniform set of terms of reference for shortlisting panels. These panels also, we have ensured that they are independent panel members who are participating in this nomination panel. The appointment process or the selection process is competency-based, looking at the competencies of the nominated members, trying as much as possible to align such a selection to the mandate of the organization in question or the public entity that we are filling vacancies for. We have also introduced a structured interview scoring matrix, which ensures that people are taken through at least a stringent screening process for participation in our boards. So all board members now who are nominated for participation in our boards have to undergo an interview or a screening process. We do qualifications verifications, which we seek to ensure that people are both properly qualified, but that the qualifications as well are fully verified as legitimate qualifications. On top of that, we do security vetting and probity checks for members of the boards. And finally, we have introduced a system of the conflict of interest declarations to ensure that people who have conflicting interests with the organization declare their interest upfront as they are being considered for board membership, but also continuously declare their interest to make sure that there are no new interests that creep in the course of time which conflict with the interest of the organization. These reforms from a board appointment point of view, we believe ensures a merit-based, transparent, and defensible appointment system for board members. Next slide, please. So from an impact point of view, we believe that these reforms on board appointment have created a sense of greater transparency and procedural consistency in the appointment of board members. There is an improvement in the alignment of skills to institutional complexity and institutional mandates. And we are hoping that there's going to be an enhanced confidence in board compositions. And this has therefore resulted in stable and professional boards, which are foundational to performance improvement. Next slide, please. And then we have looked at the oversight instruments and sought to standardize them. We've looked at the shareholder compacts. As I have indicated, shareholder compacts are required by law to be entered into between the minister and the entities. Now, the reforms that we have taken to standardize the instrument include the following. We have now standardized the inclusion of performance targets in the shareholder compacts, and we even have introduced what we call gatekeepers, which essentially say an entity cannot consider the payment of performance bonuses if the organization itself has not reached a certain threshold of performance. We have also included audit improvement indicators in the shareholder compact, which ensures that audit findings are attended to by boards and are dealt with in time to improve audit outcomes. We have also included financial sustainability measures, which are, as I have indicated earlier, financial sustainability and going concern challenges have been marring our organizations, and we now want to include those into the shareholder compacts, with the boards agreeing to look and pay particular attention into issues of financial sustainability and entity turnaround. We have defined the reporting cycles by law, or at least by regulation. Entities are required to report at least once a quarter. But additional to that, the minister has requested that we get monthly reports, which just help to show us how the entity is performing towards meeting quarterly targets. These have helped to bring issues to us as an early warning system of what may be going wrong in the entities, so that by the time we receive a quarterly report, we would have had sight of how the entity is performing over the months building up to the quarter. Then we have also introduced the escalation mechanism for also issues relating to governance. If I move on to what we call governance agreements, these are for Schedule 3A and entities which are not listed in the PFMA. Governance agreements are not required by law, but we felt that we need to develop something akin to the shareholder compacts and create a framework which includes the clarification of the mandate of the entity, including the governance compliance indicators, which need to be adhered to by the entity, the issues of reporting timelines, as well as the oversight engagement schedules. So the minister has accordingly then started to engage entities regularly, on top of just once-off meetings at the annual general meetings where we discuss performance issues. but we now are doing this on a regular basis to make sure that oversight is improved. We believe this creates uniform accountability across the portfolio. Next slide, please. On governance performance reform, particularly with issues on misalignment in board evaluation, which we have identified. We found that board evaluations focused primarily on nominal issues about attendance and participation in meetings, committee functionality, and procedural compliance. Those were the main issues that were covered in the board evaluation as we have identified them. However, in spite of the good results that will be shown from an attendance point of view, committee functionality point of view, and general compliance, we found that entity performance showed qualified or adverse audit findings. There are still instances of financial instability, as well as APP underperformance. We therefore felt that there is a disconnect between governance and performance, which was something we had to look into and seek to resolve. Next slide, please. So to this end, we have developed what we call a governance performance matrix. This seeks to close the gap which we have observed between performance and governance of the entity as revealed through the board evaluation processes. And accordingly, we have then developed a governance performance reporting matrix, which links board performance directly to audit outcomes. It also integrates the APP achievement rates into the governance scoring of the board, tracks financial governance indicators, making sure that financial sustainability is on the radar screen of all boards at all time. It monitors executive leadership stability and finally identifies governance risks very early in the system. The board performance assessment is now outcome-based and has been institutionalized to be done annually by all boards and to be submitted to the department no later than August of each year. We have chosen the month of August of each year because immediately after August, we start having annual general meetings of entities, and we want governance issues to be part of that annual general meeting discussion between the executive authority and the accounting authority of the entities. Part of the development of the governance performance metrics, we have included these following indicators. There is an element of investigation implementation which looks at how we implement recommendations emanating from investigations that the department would or the entity itself would have instituted. These investigations tend to highlight governance discrepancies or shortcomings which need to be attended to. And therefore, we say investigation implementation needs to be followed on as a matter of agency. We are also emphasizing on consequence management as part of this governance matrix, so that in instances where there are identifiable instances of breaches of governance at any level of the organization, that consequence management is imposed. Board performance reporting is also improved to cover all the aspects that are in the matrix, and the board reports on those elements quarterly. The implementation of audit action plans, I've mentioned this one, that we have incorporated that into both the metrics as well as the shareholder compacts and governance agreements of entities to make sure that these audit findings are dealt with through credible audit action plans. We are also monitoring irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure trends in the entities, and we have devised a mechanism that these be reported on in a very transparent manner on a regular basis to the minister, particularly with an emphasis on how they are being resolved, whether it's through condonment through the National Treasury, but also making sure that there is a deliberate leaning towards a consequence management for the incurrence of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, including recoveries where such are necessitated. As I have indicated, the matrix incorporates financial sustainability indicator as well to ensure that we continuously monitor the financial sustainability of the entities. Included in the matrix is the executive succession plan to make sure that there is ongoing executive leadership stability in the entities. And finally, risk mitigation implementation, which ensures that all identified risks are properly mitigated and such mitigation factors are implemented throughout the time. Governance evaluation now reflects institutional reality. In other words, when we evaluate the board at the end of the year, there is no disjuncture or disconnect between governance results from an evaluation point of view, as well as performance outcomes, which have tended not to be taken into account in board evaluations in the prior years. So that disconnect has now been corrected through the development of these governance performance metrics. Next slide, please. Then I'm going to talk briefly about the governance integrity framework, which essentially talks about our response to allegations and investigations. Where allegations arise or have arisen in the past, the minister will direct the board to investigate. That is, in cases where the allegations are directed. The slides have moved backwards. If you can move, I think we were on slide 17 or so. Yep, please go back. Thank you. Let's go back. Thank you. That's the slide we are on. So I was indicating that where allegations are leveled at a management level, the minister will direct the board to investigate, but give a very strict timelines for such investigation to take place and reporting requirements back to the minister once the allegations have been ventilated and findings made. If the allegations are directed at the board level, we develop structured terms of reference for those allegations, and we as the department appoint independent investigators and review forensic findings and then strengthen consequence management. The governance integrity framework is still being finalized, but these elements are already being in place to make sure that all allegations leveled against our entities are looked into as speedily as possible, and that appropriate action follows if there are findings confirming such allegations. Next slide, please. So we recognize the need to formalize the process into the governance integrity framework. that will standardize all the investigation protocols, introduce defined escalation levels, strengthen and even encourage whistleblower activity and handling procedures, improve the coordination with communication structures, and reduce unmanaged reputational risk. The development of this framework is planned as the next phase of governance reform, which we are going to do as part of our key activities on governance in the ensuing financial year. Next slide, please. There is then also an issue on remuneration governance across entities. It is clear that across government-wide, there are discrepancies and inconsistencies in the application of remuneration for boards. As a result, the National Treasury has started a process of remuneration review. The outcomes of the preliminary report on this review was presented by National Treasury at a workshop on 18 February 2026 during the DPME workshop. The proposal aims to address inconsistent board remuneration practices across entities, across government. The proposed framework categorizes board evaluation or board remuneration from A to N classifications. This means that if the board evaluation reveals that a board is classified as A, then a particular remuneration framework applies, and so on, right up to classification N, which has its own remuneration framework. It also considered what is called a two-element remuneration structure. The two-element remuneration structure includes one, the element of a retainer, so-called the retainer, which is a fixed board payment and not linked to meetings. And then the second element is the meeting fee, which then recompenses or compensates members of boards for attendance to board meetings and any other activities relating to the entity. This process of the National Treasury involves the establishment of a central evaluation committee, which will evaluate all the entities and determine their classification, which will then determine their remuneration structure. There are also areas in law which require concurrence involving National Treasury and the Minister of Finance, and these are going to be embedded in this remuneration framework that Treasury is working on. Next slide, please. So our position on remuneration is that we are not going to do our own isolated process. We're going to await the finalization of the National Treasury framework. No independent portfolio-specific remuneration reforms will be implemented outside the National Treasury process, and that existing remuneration determinations remain subject to statutory concurrence requirements, which are part of the legal provisions currently, and that executive remuneration governance will align with the broader National Treasury process once concluded. We continue, though, to monitor the scheduling of meetings, as this has an effect on the remuneration bill of each entity. Essentially, what we have observed is the higher the number of meetings, the higher the remuneration bill of the entity. And therefore, we are saying this needs to be monitored and looked on closely to prevent issues or cases of abuse of the scheduling of meetings, particularly those meetings which are deemed to be special and outside the original calendar of meetings for the entity. This seeks to ensure the uniformity and fiscal prudence across the entirety of government. Next slide, please. So our reform program that we are initiating really has to do with the standardization of board appointment framework. As I have indicated, what we have done with respect to the appointment of boards for entities, starting from the nominations committees, terms of reference, as well as interviewing those who are nominated for boards, ensuring transparency and consistency of application of the process or of the framework. If including the independent shortlisting panels, which include the vetting of the potential board members. We have standardized shareholder compacts and governance agreements, and we have developed a governance performance reporting metrics. And we are now in the process of establishing a structured investigations processes, which will ensure that when we undertake investigations based on whistleblower information, that we do so in a structured, well-organized and effective manner, which delivers the results and improves the governance. We are also aligning to National Treasury with respect to remuneration reform. Altogether, this then constitutes a systemic governance strengthening program. Next slide, please. What are the expected outcomes or anticipated impact for this governance reform program? We're hoping that this will result in stable and professional boards across the board. Will result also in improved audit outcomes also across the board. Will also bring about stronger alignment between governance and performance. That's the point I've tried to emphasize throughout my presentation, that we should not see cases which we have seen in the past where board governance evaluation differs fundamentally from the performance outcomes of the organization, where governance reflects a positive picture, whereas performance reflects a bleak performance picture. We're also hoping that these reforms will bring about a reduced governance crisis in the entities, will improve the public perception of governance in the entities, and generally enhance our parliamentary confidence in oversight mechanisms that we would have put in place. Next slide, please. We acknowledge that the past governance challenges across parts of the portfolio have brought about reputational damage to the department, the ministry and government as a whole. However, the structured reforms underway will professionalize governance, strengthen accountability, align board evaluation with institutional outcomes, protect public resources, and finally restore public trust. We remain committed to constructive and transparent engagement with all key stakeholders as we implement these governance reforms. Next slide. The next slide really gives an update on the State Information Technology Agency reform, that is the SITA reforms. The department has gone out to appoint a service provider to assist the department in developing a revised business model and implementable recommendations for SITA reforms. The current status is that the appointment of a service provider is currently underway, and the tender closed on 30 January. It has been evaluated and adjudicated, and the timeline now is that we intend to finalize the appointment by the end of February 2026. So by this weekend, I think they would have finalized the appointment process for a service provider. This service provider will then assist in reviewing the totality of the mandate of SETA and really creating what we call a state digital services company, focusing not only on procurement, but also on other key elements like leading the digital transformation roadmap for government and dealing with issues relating to cybersecurity, whilst as well improving service delivery to client departments. Next slide, please. The other reform relates to ICASA or the USAF. My colleague DDG Ngobeni is here to talk about this in detail, but if I were to run quickly through it, really, this reform was directed by the National Integrated ICT Policy White Paper of 2016, which called for the disestablishment of ICASA. Institutionally, we are then working on transitioning from the current model to establishing the Digital Development Challenge Fund, which will replace the USAF. And in the process, then ICASA will be disestablished. The strategic objectives really of the Digital Development Challenge Fund relate to the bridging of the digital divide across South Africa, or at least to strengthen that mandate of bridging the digital divide that ICASA and USAF are currently executing, but also restructure the institutional landscape to foster an inclusive, innovative digital knowledge society. The performance drivers really are that the status quo analysis shows that a steady decline in the performance of ICASA and USAF. And current challenges have raised critical concerns regarding mandate delivery and long-term sustainability of the two entities. And therefore, the proposed solution is the establishment of the Digital Development Challenge Fund following a comprehensive reform of ICASA and USAF. Because these are structures or entities of statute, the process requires that legislation be amended to give effect to this, and the process is underway then to get that the ECA accordingly amended to give effect to the disestablishment of ICASA and USAF and the establishment of the Digital Development Challenge Fund. I think this is the last slide from our side, Chair, but let's try. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG. Can we go straight into the ICASA presentation and then we'll discuss all of them? DG, I don't know if you have any comments before you have to leave the meeting. You may go and then Chairperson ICASA takes over. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just about to ask if I may be excused. I think the comments and the questions, if there are any that we would need to substantiate, Chair, we will do that in writing. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DM, if he's still in attendance, and all our colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson and honorable members. And Chair, just before I could proceed, let me first take the opportunity to thank yourself and the committee to give us the opportunity just to come and outline and share some of the plans that we have, not only short-term, but for our next coming 5 years as committed in our strategic plan. For today, Chair, if you allow me, we pondered on the agenda item as shared by the committee, by the advisors. And I must say that from council, we noted that because we are still in a process of finalizing our business case within the authority, it's going to be very important, especially for the committee, just to get a very clear insight on how the authority is preparing itself, responding to all the identified challenges faced by the sectors that we regulate, including our citizens in the country. And most importantly, I think having taken stock on issues that have been raised by this committee on how the authority is expected to respond to provincial issues, committee reported issues. So as a result, Chair, if you allow me, I know that we've already shared a presentation with yourselves. As a chair, I was going to request that I would really request the committee to afford us an opportunity to complete our business case, which will then give you an insight. And what actually will help, we will be able to provide you with the current skill set that is required in responding to the plan, as I've indicated earlier on. I'm saying this, Chair, because what you have in front of you, it's a limited view of the authority, and I want the committee not to look at that program as our finite program for the authority. But in a form of just the narrative, if you allow, I think it's important to take this opportunity. Let me just take you through in an oral format to say, what is it that we have in our plan? I think this will be for the benefit of members. And as I said, I would have to apologize because I didn't prepare this and share with yourself on time. Now, the question is why skills matters to an organization like ICASA, especially in the modern world that we regulate. We have noted, Chair, that where we are at the moment, one of the best model for a regulator, and I'm going to be very careful to say regulator of the future, is to ensure that we provide evidence-based type information as to those that are providing oversight to us, just to give to an assurance, even to our citizens, that the problems that are being reported and the solutions that we are going to be provided are based on an evidence on things that we'll have seen and audited. Now, for that to happen, we will definitely require sufficient funding. I'm now raising this because our business case then it's meant, and I think when we started, you did request the DM on how far are we with that. So I'm going to commit to the committee that in Q1, we will provide you with an exact date when we'll be coming back to the authority. By end of March, we would have received the first draft from our CEO in terms of the plans that we have and how we intend addressing the issues facing the sectors that we regulate. So in Q1, it is our plan to make sure that we come back to the committee and outline all the issues that we'd have committed ourselves with. I'm raising this because having seen our government's priorities in terms of ensuring that no one is left behind, the message is not only, Chair, on telecommunication, it's both broadcasting inclusive to postal services. Now, I'm raising this because in order for us to do that, it's going to be a situation where we'll need even to reskill ourselves internally. Now, performance, which we have picked up as well as the leadership of the authority, we noted, Chair, that as and when you talk about a reskilled institution, you need to align this to your policies. I am happy to inform the Chair and the committee that as a priority, we focused and instructed our executive that we should look at all our HR policies so that when you are going to be talking about performance, link performance skills to your even incentives that you get, because the two are linked. You cannot be talking about bringing highly skilled, but then you have gaps in your HR policies. So I'm raising this so that I can give committee comfort that whilst we are still going to be coming back to you, Chair, allow us to give you a holistic picture to say, even these skills, how are they going to be rewarded? Because our HR, our financial policies needs to support the journey in ensuring that even from a recruitment point of view, we are seen to be having the basic foundation, which in this case are our policies. Finally, Chair, one would be asking and say, Chair, just give us a snapshot in terms of what kind of skills do you have in mind? And as an authority, we're informed, Chair, from all our international participation with our sister regulators that given the interaction and the collaboration of our sector, you would have noted that traditionally we coming from a telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal as silo sectors. But the financial sector has actually now shown us that we are no longer talking in terms of vertical, but from a horizontal sectorial approach. There's a need to have a multi-skilled type of employees, because finance, it's not what we as engineers might have been privy to, but issues of cybersecurity, because there's an interlinked between all the sectors. So in the main, you'll be looking primarily of people who can do proper analysis of the sector. Analysis will include your financials, because where we are right now, we have looked at all the JSE listed companies. It's no longer business as usual, Chair and members. We need to make sure that we can interpret all those audited financials of our licensees so that even when we come with interventions, how do we do that? In the main, it's our stakeholder engagement, Chair. We've got a very complex, dynamic community structures. I'm glad even now we're building strong relations with Contralesa through the traditional house. I attended the Khoisan and the traditional house opening yesterday, and I'm actually happy to know, to even inform Council that from a ground root, we realize that it's going to be important that how you engage with communities, stakeholder engagement, the language you use, how you explain the importance of community participation, especially in this industry. These are some of the soft skills that will complement what one would have said we need those kind of technical regulatory skills. So if you allow me, Chair, I will then pause at this stage. As I've said up front, I would really want to come back to you as an authority to give you a well-articulated business case which will support why do we need additional funds, why do we need specific skills that we have identified. And I think that approach, even from yourself with the advisors on one with our executives, it will then strengthen so that we come to you with a well-oiled presentation. So, but let me take this opportunity that you have given us. And as I said, we will request through your office, Chair, that we've been given an opportunity to come back and then share with yourself on the future strategic intervention that ICASA will be implementing. Thank you very much, Chair and members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe just for completeness sake, to check if DDG Shelembe has anything to add on what the Chairperson has said. DDG?
Chair, thank you very much. We have noted the input from ICASA, and working with my colleagues in the department, Chairperson, we will assist and facilitate the submission of the ICASA input to the portfolio committee, and that needs to be finalized in liaison with the department and the Minister, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe while we are just here on the issue of ICASA timelines and submissions, and if I heard the chairperson correctly, he said not beyond Q1. Can you also just quickly give us a status update on the performance evaluation of the councillors? This is a long outstanding matter that we were supposed to get a report on. I'm not sure if I would have missed it. The last we heard was that agreements were signed, but when is that evaluation happening? Because I'm sure soon we'll be asked to approve salary increases.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Chair, on the ICASA performance management system, on one hand, we have received the performance agreements of all the councillors, including the chairperson, and are ready for evaluation, Chair. But if I may remind the committee and chairperson, the committee had mandated us to review the performance management framework, which will include, amongst other things, a review on the composition and number of evaluation panel members to include technical expertise on top of the legal and auditing or finance and labor or academic skills that we had provided for. We have now a chairperson finalized that review of the performance management system framework, and we are in the position, which is as required by law, to put the minister in a position to submit that to the portfolio committee through the National Assembly for approval of that new revised performance management system framework, Chair. Once that is done, we will then be in a position to increase the number of the proposed evaluation panel members who will then undertake the evaluation of the performance of ICASA based on the submitted performance agreements that ICASA has submitted to the Minister, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG Shelembe. Thank you, Councillor Ramusi. Colleagues, that is the presentation from the department, as well as ICASA on the issues of the governance reforms, the regulatory gaps that have been identified, as well as ICASA's request to go back, rework their presentation alongside the work that they're doing to develop a business case. May I take hands for discussion on the items as presented? Honorable Subrathi, you'll be the first, followed by Honorable Matafa. We'll take other hands as they come through. Honorable Subrathi, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentations that we've received, and I must classify them as exceptionally progressive, and certainly the department is moving in the right direction. Particularly, I think the focus around the assessment of board evaluations, where there's a move away from assessment based on attendance and procedural compliance to rather institutional outcomes. I think that's exceptionally progressive. That actually aligns with the way government is moving, where we really want to move away from the tick box or compliance way of measuring our performance to really, are we out? What is the outcomes? How are we impacting on the lives of our people? So I wish to welcome the presentation in that fundamental space, and also the fact that there is a long overdue level of standardization in various elements, from the establishment of committees to shortlisting to performance, etc. So let me really appreciate the presentation. Maybe my starting point then would be, has the department, we understand that these frameworks that have been developed are future-driven, they are to be implemented. maybe has the department done a snapshot performance of each of the entities under its purview to get a benchmark performance where we are right now as at, say, in March 2026, so that we know how to measure them going performances and outcomes going forward? So that would be my first question. And then aligned to that, I would ask the question, can the department take us into confidence in terms of your entities? Which are the entities from the framework that you have highlighted to us, those that are most concerning, that you would consider to be in the ICU, that you have triaged as an ICU, that you would really want to deal with sooner? Sooner because maybe then aligned to that is we've heard that this assessment will be done, this matrix will be done in, I think the first one will be, it will be done in then August of each year. So maybe when is the first assessment going to be done? Is there an assessment would be done in August 2026? And who will do this assessment of the board? Would it be done by the board itself based on a pre-populated document? Or would it be done by the DDGs who are assigned and have oversight and over these entities? And maybe the question then around, I think the question around poor performance of boards have been dealt with in the presentation. There will be consequences. I noted that. And maybe when will the first assessment be done? Can we expect an assessment in August 2026? And has this framework been communicated already to the entities? We're already going into March. That leaves us with 6 months. Has that been communicated, or is it to be communicated? We welcome the presentation by the National Treasury on the remuneration framework that it is developing. And maybe by when do we expect National Treasury to provide this framework so that the department can start to implement or inform the necessary boards? Is there an indication? Maybe by when do you then expect, let's also welcome the appointment of a service provider to look at the revised business model of SETA, which I believe will be appointed by this weekend. And when they are appointed, by when would you mandate them to provide you with this business model for SETA? And then maybe who will oversee the DDCF, the Digital Development, the fund? Who will oversee this? We've noted the need to disestablish ICASA and USAF, and who will oversee this DDCF? And by when do you expect this to happen? Do you have a time frame for us? And maybe the question around so the presentation noted that whistleblower allegations and investigations have been observed across parts of the portfolio. Maybe can the department confirm to us how many active investigations are currently underway? And whether any of those implicate any board members? And maybe what are the protections that we have in place for the whistleblowers? Jefferson, let me pause over there and thank you for this opportunity and really welcome the presentation, and also note the input of the chairperson of ICASA. And when he is ready with a more complete presentation around the business model, we look forward to receiving that presentation. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Matafa will be followed by Honorable Kalisha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm just turning on my video to show that you're not speaking to a robot, but then request to switch it off due to an unstable connection, if you allow me, Chair.
No problem. You may proceed, Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again to everyone on the call. Chair, allow me to start by thanking the presenters for the work done and the presentations that were very clear, straightforward, and assisting to our work. I will start with the ICASA presentation, Chair, which I think will be very short. Maybe I wish to implore the committee that we support the request that the Chair comes back with the business case so that at least we are able to see what issues they have identified and strategically how are they planning to deal with those particular issues. But Chair, having said that, maybe it's important also to welcome some of the inputs that the Chair has made as measures that will be taken going forward in trying to resolve the issue of the regulatory mandate. And what is important for me, Chair, in one of the meetings, there was an issue of the capacity of ICASA. And I'm very happy that they themselves are saying that they've identified a need for self-skilling, which I think will contribute to bolstering their capacity internally. But also what is encouraging, Chair, is that they are not only inward looking, they are speaking of international benchmarking and collaboration. I think that should be encouraged because at a strategic level, when you implement, you should be aligned either with continental or international standards. And so that either you are well within pace and you are not far behind. And also what is important, Chair, is the involvement of local leadership. I think the Chair mentioned some collaboration with traditional leaders. I think that should be welcomed. And I think maybe when they come back with that strategic business case, we'll be able to have more discussion going forward. Chair, going back to the department and some of the issues that I would have touched on ICASA, I'll want to link them to the department's presentation. We welcome the presentation and we also welcome its contents. My question, Chair, the first one, is how would the department ensure buy-in by all the stakeholders? Because when we are sitting here, it is easy to say entities, but that entity is comprised of people, the workforce, management, and in some instances, the board. How do we ensure that all these reforms, there will be a buy-in from the board right up until the cleaner? Chair, I'm asking this question based on our experience. You were there, you led us on the oversight to some of the entities. And we will agree that some of these entities, Chair, there's a breakdown of relations. One entity, you will remember, the first time they interacted with the management and the board was simply because of the intervention of this committee, because we were there. Now, if these reforms are only going to be at the level of the board and management, but the workforce that is required to ensure that they're implemented are not on board, we are going to sit with a problem. I went to the post office in Peru, and as I'm chatting with these people behind the counter, then I asked them, hey, I see you are going through some difficult times as an entity, without telling them who I am. And I asked, what is really happening? 3 of those that were behind the counter said they do not know. They do not know where the process of business rescue is, what is their future, or what is them being there really mean. So I think it's important to find a way in terms of how then do we ensure that everybody buys into this particular strategic approach. Chair, the second one speaks to the roles, and I think that, my apologies, I think that was on slide 16, which speaks to the performance matrix. I might have missed it, or maybe in the broader documentation, it could be there. How the department will ensure that the roles between the department, entities, and regulators are not duplicated. And that speaks, Chair, to the involvement of all the stakeholders in the formulation of this particular business reforms. Has that happened? So that at least whenever that is implemented, you do not find that there's overlap and there's duplication. Chair, the third one is a question around success indicators. How will we then identify that this intervention is working? I know in the presentation there was a remark made about reports and the timeframes thereof. We welcome that, but how then do we say that there is definitely improvement as far as these reforms are concerned? Do we have such? And if we do, I'd really appreciate if maybe they can speak a little bit on those particular issues. Chair, the other one is around the constituency that we serve. I know that there would have been an informal assessment that was done. My question is, how will this reform speak to the current challenges? And in the main, there are two for me. One is affordability of data and access to digital services by the most vulnerable of our society. Have we considered beyond the internal stabilization, how will this impact on the challenges that our society is facing? And the second one, Chair, is the role of small operators and SMMEs. Because as much as we are moving forward with the digital transformation, our plea and our humble request is that by all means, we should ensure that this translates into local economic development and upliftment of those that can benefit from the digital transformation economy. And the last one, Chair, similarly to ICASA, international benchmarking. With this proposal of governance reforms and regulatory gaps and how they're being addressed, how aligned are we with current trends globally or even continentally? Are we sure that when we are done implementing, we will still be moving in line with where the world is? On a lighter note, Chair, in another committee that I serve, we went for an oversight and we were presented with a modern building. But that modern building was 11 years behind schedule. And then I asked, why would you still call a building modern when it's a decade old and it has not even opened? So my point is that when we reform, how sure are we that we are reforming in the same pace that the world is moving? And that is my only query, Chair, as far as the strategic alignment is concerned going forward. Thank you very much, Chair. That is my input. I appreciate your opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Modern Matafa. Honorable Alicia, I think yours is the last hand.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm on the move. I request that I keep my video off, Chair. Chair, good morning to you and the colleagues in the meeting. Chairperson, I really hope that this is not the presentation by the department is not, just a new checklist, because I see how it is. I really don't see how it is different from the old checklist that failed to stop the problems that we have in these entities. Because in my view, Chair, if a board looks good on paper, but the entity is failing, we actually don't see, the punishment. What punishment will the board face? I think we need to ask ourselves that question, Chairperson. And I wonder if we should not ensure that if an entity gets a qualified audit, the board salary must be cut. Because why should we reward people who are not doing their jobs, or maybe even doing them properly, Chairperson? And that's the first point I wanted to make. Also, you see, Chair, the presentation talks about governance integrity framework, to handle the whistleblower complaints. This sounds like to me that they are only now creating rules to deal with corruption. And I wonder, why didn't they use these strong rules? Why didn't they exist before? What did they think that we were doing all this time? You know, because the department chair had many forensic reports into these entities, but we still don't know today how many senior managers or board members have actually been fired or suspended or you know, paid for the sins and the crimes that they have committed because of these findings. It's always like, you know, we move on like nothing had happened. So I hope that that is going to change, because I think another thing that affects us as the country is that there are things that are done in the failures that these senior managers and board members face, and they actually come to light, but there are no consequences. And I hope that if that can change, and there are consequences for people who are dropping the ball. You know, like Honorable Matafa is saying, why would a building be a decade, you know, it would be like now be opened a decade later? Because people have failed. There's failure there. And what are the consequences for people who do not deliver services that are agreed upon, by the way, you know, to the people? And I think, Chair, ndivile ngosita, but I don't know. And like, when will we see a SITA that actually works and saves government money instead of wasting it? I think we just have an entity that continues to waste the money of government, and it's not even delivering on its services. I think I am just looking forward to a point where we will be told that this is a SITA that will work, that saves government money, and then we see it actually work. But now I'm just not convinced with everything that, you know, we keep being told in this committee, and we don't see change in the entity itself. And the department chair admits that ICASA is failing, and it's not delivering on its mandate. And as a result, instead of fixing it, they are disestablishing it, you know, and creating a new fund. But my question is, why should we believe a new fund will work? Why would we believe that a new fund will work any better, especially under the same department that couldn't manage the old one? Because it's not like we're changing the department, we're changing something that didn't work, but people who were responsible for that very thing that didn't work, they're coming and establishing a new thing while they're disestablishing the old one. That is my contribution, Chairperson. And as far as ICASA is concerned, I mean, their report, Chair, the report that was sent to us, it does admit, you know, of its failures, and it gives us a picture really of a regulator that is under-equipped and under-skilled and underperforming. And this is of concern because the industry that it is regulating is moving, and it's not moving like slowly as they are. It is moving at a speed of light, like it is, you know, far ahead. And if ICASA cannot do the job, we must maybe ask the minister, what is the plan B? A plan B to ensure that, you know, our people are protected and the fiscus is protected, because we can't keep injecting, you know, funds and money into something that is not working. And maybe to just ask them, Chair, when they come again, I don't know, they say they will come again soon. Maybe in their presentation, they must add how will they ensure that, you know, the data is affordable for our people. Maybe they must not leave us out. They must just have a plan for us there in how they're going to ensure that data becomes something that is very affordable for our people. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Alicia. I'm not seeing any other hands, honorable members. So I'm going to hand over to the department for responses, maybe just one or two things. On the state of governance, I thought that as much as you had highlighted CETA and USASA, you may want to reflect on the post office. It's been over a year now, if I'm not mistaken. I stand to be mistaken. I haven't been here in a long time. I may have missed something, but the board of the post office, I was under the impression that that would have been finalized now, and the business rescue exit plan already completed. So if you could comment on that. I'm also interested whether, as part of these reforms that you were speaking about, DDG Shelembe, to what extent are you capacitating and training your board members? Sometimes you find that the challenges that arise in boards are a lack of understanding of what the mandate of the board is. We've seen that in a number of your entities where the board, maybe let me not exaggerate, but there are entities where the board is actively involved in operations, in procurement. So if you could give us a sense of what is being done there. I'm not understanding your report on USASA and the reform of USASA and USEF. When we left the offices of USASA, when we did oversight there a couple of months ago, I remember that I made a very desperate call to the minister, where one of the things I was saying to him was, can the department assist this institution to stabilize? Because the biggest problem that people were raising, they were exactly what Honorable Matafa was saying about the post office. They're not able to be appointed permanently. They're on these fixed-term contracts. They live in a state of not knowing whether they're going to have a job in 3 months' time or not. And what our appeal was to the minister is that up until it is established, can you create a sense of stability in that organization? Be very clear about the roadmap. Be very clear that the institution continues to exist until it doesn't exist anymore. And I think a commitment to the workers that they would be taken on board in that on that. So that's the first appeal I wanted to make about USASA. But when I say I don't understand what your report means, you say there that you want to establish this Digital Development Challenge Fund. We haven't seen a concept for that, so it's even difficult for us to engage what that is. And then you will do it after reform of USASA and USEF. So what does that mean? Are you going to be going the same way that you are doing with CETA, appointing a service provider to tell you how to reform your institution, thereafter establish it? Yeah, I think it's just a bit confusing. So if you could please just break that down for us. I think for now that is where I will stop with my comments. And just to say that the CETA process, like Honorable Alicia was saying, we're going to watch this very closely, because last year you had said to us you were taking a number of steps with the intention to stabilize, and I'm not sure how far we are there as well. DDG Shelembe, over to you and the chair.
Thank you very much again, Honorable Chairperson. I am going to be inviting my colleagues to assist with dealing with some of the questions before I come back with an overall response to some of the questions. For starters, I'm going to request that perhaps DDG Ngobeni takes the committee through the reforms at USASA, including perhaps issues about the post office, the exit of the BRPs. I can come in later and inform the committee about where we are with respect to the board appointment process. But if DDG Ngobeni can touch on the BRP exit process. I will then also request that maybe Rendani Museta, if he's on the platform, talks to the committee about the CETA reforms. What are we trying to do there? What are the timelines? What are we expecting to get at the end of that reform process? I'm going to request those two colleagues, Chair, to come before myself with respect to the questions. Thank you very much. DDG Ngobeni?
No, thank you, DDG Shilembe, and good morning to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the ICASA Chair, and the colleagues. Chair, I will talk to the issues around the SAPO current state, about the business rescue exit, and also about the USASA reforms. So I'll start with the SAPO. Currently, as we all know, that SAPO is under business rescue. Where we are now with that business rescue process is that the business rescue practitioners have given an update of their performance and also indicated the limitations in terms of implementing the rest of the turnaround plan, which is largely dependent on the funding. But all the stakeholders, the BRPs, I think the department, the ministry, and SAPO agree that SAPO must exit the business rescue process. And that process is underway for the BRPs to exit. The issue was looking in terms of the funding commitment for the near future to ensure that SAPO remains sustainable even when it exits the business rescue process. I can indicate that there have been engagements between the department and National Treasury even up to last week, just to see how do we then facilitate that process, because it does have an impact even on the interventions that the department and SAPO are undertaking in terms of the alternative funding options through partnerships. So we are working through that process so that we can urgently get the SAPO to exit the business rescue. And I think after the budget, we will also be having a close engagement between ourselves and SAPO to facilitate that process so that we are able to exit that business rescue process. So there is agreement by all the stakeholders that SAPO must exit that business rescue to pave way for other interventions to take place. It's just the requirements for that to happen, and also to ensure that it happens quickly. Then on the issue of USASA reforms, I think Honorable Delicious spoke to it as well. So, but just to start in terms of the nature of the reform around USASA and USAF. This is a creature of legislation as indicated by DDG Shilembe earlier. So it was identified that over the years, of course, there's a performance issue around USASA. But in addition to that, in terms of the scope and the mandate that it's given this entity in the legislation, which is the Electronic Communications Act, there are limitations that the main focus really was on universal access, focusing mainly on infrastructure availability. But the sector and also the world has moved on that the sector now is dominated by digital services. So there was a need to ensure that we create or we review ICASA's current mandate to ensure that we enable innovation so that we support the digital society. So at the beginning of this process, after the integrated ICT white paper of 2016 determined that there is a need to establish USASA, so that some of those functions, particularly the policy functions and the project management functions, can be integrated either in the department, and also look at the funding responsibility. And also, how do you expand that scope so that it covers more than just connectivity services or mainly telecoms? So that process confirmed that there is a need to reform ICASA. And based on that, of course, a business case was undertaken. And the assessment also determined that there will be eventually a need to change the legislation, which is the Electronic Communications Act. And the process then to develop the legislation to amend the Electronic Communications Act commenced. And various options have been considered. And in the last engagement with the committee during the oversight, we did indicate that that draft bill, which is going to be the basis for the establishment of ICASA and also the creation of this Digital Development Challenge Fund, has been submitted to the minister en route to cabinet so that cabinet can approve for public consultation before it can come back and then approved for introduction into parliament. We have since received the feedback from the minister as a department, and we are working through those input. And one of the input talks to what Honorable Subrati spoke to, the issue of the control of the DDCF and the structures under the DDCF. It's actually one of the comments that the minister and the ministry have also provided, which we are looking into and will be presented to cabinet. So at this stage, that has not been finalized, Honorable Subrati, but it's one of the considerations that's in the bill. So once that process is undertaken, if we get the bill approved for public consultation, we'll publish it for consultation for the prescribed period. And of course, then once we receive the input, we'll analyze those, update the bill, and then go through the whole process of consultation in government to obtain the the certification from the state law advisors and also from the presidency. So I think the note or the input by the chairperson that we need to outline that roadmap so that we're able to create stability for users. It's valid because this is not a process that will be concluded overnight. So I think it's something that we'll also consider with the minister, so that roadmap be engaged with the ministry and also engage with ICASA so that it create that form of stability and also what will be the envisaged outcome at the end. I think I'll pause here, H. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you very much, DDG. May I please invite Rendani Museta to talk about SETA?
Thanks, DDG, and thanks, honorable members. Yeah, on the SETA one, I think as DDG had already highlighted in terms of the service provider that we're looking for, is that we're looking for the service provider that would then assist us in the review of the SETA business model. And really the expected outcomes of that, we really expecting an organizational design and capability audit that would be performed by the service provider, the technology modernization and innovation, governance and integrity management, that assessment would be required, as well as the operational efficiency and reassess the procurement regime and the framework that SETA operates under, more especially considering that the decentralization of the ICT budgets as it gets allocated to various different government departments, as well as the provinces. So with that, we also will have to ensure that we look at the legal and the regulatory fit, which that would also include the assessment of the current SETA Act in terms of determining the current mandate as to whether it's still fit for purpose, since it has been established with that. So from there, then we would be looking at the recommendations of any amendments if need be. But this is going to be a comprehensive analysis that will be performed. And in terms of the timelines, by the look of the proposals that we're getting, they are looking for 1 year, 6 months, that is 18 months, which we feel that it's a little bit long, but we'll try to push and squeeze and see if ever once during the appointment to then see if ever we can't compress it within a year. But what we will do is that we would be updating the committee as for the developments in terms of that. So if perhaps maybe around second quarter, we can come back and start to detail in terms of how far we are and what are the issues that have been considered. And because this would really start from a diagnostic assessment where they would have to also assess and make sure that we've got facts around, the issues that are being raised and the issues that the challenges that SETA is facing. So on the basis of that, that's when then we will then have to have a recommended model that would look at all those facets that we've just indicated. I think, from us, I think mainly it's around the timelines that we would try to push that the exercise be completed by the end of the financial year. That is the end of the 2026-27 financial year. So we'll push for that. But if not, we will be updating the committee as to what is happening. As the chair has indicated that you would want to have a close look of what is happening within the assessment. DDG, I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those inputs. And Chair, if I may then try and respond to the rest and perhaps the bulk of the questions, really, that honorable members.
Sorry, DDG. I'm assuming there's a pressing matter that Honorable Bodlani wants to raise, maybe before you complete your responses. Honorable Bodlani?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the meeting. It's not pressing, Chair, but I thought while we had Mr. Ngubeni answering questions, I could just ask for clarity on the response that he gave, but I can wait for you to come back to me.
Please raise it, Honorable Bodlani.
Oh, thank you so much for your indulgence, Chair. Chair, I could not get the end of the sentence of Mr. Ngobeni when he says pave way for. I missed the last bit of his sentence. But the point I wanted to make, Chairperson, is that as an oversight body, while we hear that the BRPs are making their way out, timelines become important, because how do we provide oversight without concrete timelines, especially considering that we heard about day zero almost a year and a half ago, and we've heard about the exit of the BRPs over the past few months. So for me, it does not help us to speak about it as arbitrarily as we are speaking now and not really provide timelines. And to the point Honorable Matafa was making, for example, this week I had a call from one employee of SAPO telling me and asking me if I can help get them a salary increase, which then speaks to how employees are not taken along with the process. So I think for me, it's really just requesting concrete timelines that we can work with as we oversight. Thank you again, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do you want to come in quickly, DDG Ngobeni, before we hand over to DDG Shalembe?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Yeah, I think on the issue of the paveway, I meant that the process, the funding process will pave the way for the exit of SAPO from the business rescue, because you need to show that the entity is still solvent for the next 6 months. With regard to the timelines, Chair, I can indicate that even for the department, and I think SAPO as well, because we are anxious that this process need to happen very urgently. And it's because of the current state of SAPO that all the initiatives that we have commenced with, recall we published a request for information to obtain proposals on partnerships from different stakeholders, which we are busy with that analysis. However, it's clear that you won't be able to implement most of those proposals if the entity remains under business rescue. So without giving the exact timelines, where we are is that the entity should be able to go out of rescue urgently, because the process also involves filing by the BRPs to the court, because this was granted through the court that they are exiting the BRPs. So as soon as we got the formal confirmations about the funding around SAPO, we should be able to head to confirm that to the BRP so they're able to kickstart that process. But where we are, all the processes have been concluded in terms of the BRPs have indicated they're ready to file papers as soon as there is that confirmation that there will be funding available. So it's only waiting for those processes that are concluded, Chair. But it's something that it's going to happen urgently, depending on the confirmations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Ngobeni. I think we may need to have a more focused discussion on this, and we'll see how we're able to fit it in. But let's go back to DDG Shelembe to wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me express our thanks really, first of all, for the welcoming of our presentation by some of the members, particularly Honorable Subrathi and Honorable Matafa, particularly with respect to the demonstrated movement from just procedural assessment of boards to substantive assessment, including performance and other outcomes of the entities. Also, the movement from inconsistent application of our governance framework towards a standardized approach to governance for entities. So we're thankful for those welcoming remarks, Chair. Chair, then Honorable Subrathi asked if we have performed a snapshot review of performance of our entities and essentially have triaged them as to which ones are in a critical position. Chair, we do detailed performance reviews of our entities on a quarterly basis, where we receive full quarterly reports on performance and other indicators relating to call it corporate life that we look into. But if I were to just highlight entities really that are in a critical position, just from a financial sustainability point of view, Chairperson, I can start off by mentioning, I think, the one case that DDG Ngobeni was talking to as well, the situation of the post office. The post office is in business rescue because its finances were in disarray and it could no longer afford to pay its creditors. That financial position still remains a critical, Chairperson, pending the recapitalization that the post office is yearning for. But also that is, in our view, is going to be in somewhat assisted by the drive to get partners for the post office that will assist in injecting the required capital into the operations of the post office. The SABC is equally in a financial quandary, if I may use that expression, Chairperson, as reflected by its inability to service Centex service provision for a signal distribution, Chairperson. And the funding model of the SABC is under development, and that process has been fast-tracked really to be finalized sooner rather than later. given the situation in the SABC. So, Chair, I think all in all our major entities, as I have indicated, have financial sustainability issues of one kind or the other, extending to BBI, Postbank, which requires a recapitalization to put it in a position to fulfill the application of the banking license, as well as Centec, Chair, who is exposed through the SABC business relationship. Chair, we do these reviews quarterly, as I have said, and I think we could be in a position to submit a detailed report on our assessment of these entities from both a performance from an APP point of view, as well as other indicators captured in the metrics, including financial sustainability, consequence management, the treatment of stakeholders, and the treatment of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we have complete reports on each entity on those issues. There was also a question then as to who actually performs the assessments or the evaluation of the boards. In the past, we used to have entities themselves performing this evaluation, which is also allowed, but is not adequate. It's not adequate in the sense that it is self-assessment and does not give an independent assessment to the outcomes of the entity. So now, in the main, most of our entities utilize the Institute of Directors of South Africa as an organization that undertakes these board reviews. They have a structured approach to this, and we have ensured that they take into account also performance-related issues and not merely just procedural issues about attendance of meetings and the related issues. The Treasury process, Chair, is underway. We do not have a definite date as to when this process is going to be finalized, but the sense we got from attending the meeting is that Treasury wants to speed up this process of standardization of remuneration, and we are going to be guided by them as soon as they have finalized the instruction note with respect to remuneration, Chair. So Chair, there was also a question from Honorable Subrat about our mechanisms for protection of whistleblowers. In all the instances where we have received whistleblower reports or information or tip-offs from whistleblowers, one, we ourselves do not even inquire about the identity of the whistleblower, and most of them are submitted through private emails which are not traceable necessarily to the whistleblower. We do not mind that a chairperson, in fact, it contributes towards the full protection of that whistleblower. We also, even in instances where we know the whistleblower, we do not share that information with the people that are being accused or alleged to have committed a misconduct, Chair, in a way that allows then for the protection of such whistleblowers. I think, Chair, the protection of whistleblowers is fundamental to our process of governance improvement. If we do not ensure that whistleblowers are protected, we are going to see less and less of these reports coming through the tip-off systems, and therefore that will compromise the very governance we are trying to improve. So we are in the framework that we are going to develop. We are going to dwell as well on the details around how whistleblowers are going to be protected by ourselves, but also by entities where instances of management misconduct are reported, which we then refer to the board to investigate. And we will emphasize that boards then ensure the protection of the whistleblowers. I think Honorable Matafa correctly identifies the issue of the buy-in of the stakeholders for these reforms that we are bringing about. he mentions the workforce management and boards, but just even at board level, chairperson and honorable members, we have seen some instances of pushback for some of these reforms that we are trying to implement. And we have immediately escalated those to the minister. And the minister has, through the chairperson's forum, reiterated the position of the department on overseeing governance improvement across the entities, to the point that when we first institutionalized the matrix, which was developed in Q1 of the current financial year, we did not receive all the governance matrix reports from the entities, and we immediately escalated, and such a reporting has now improved. But chairperson and honorable members, I think I need to highlight that the governance framework or approach that we take is that as the executive authority or the shareholder to these entities, the minister maintains almost an arm's length relationship with them, allowing them operational independence from the minister, but ensuring full accountability for their decisions to the minister. In that respect, then, it is the expectation that boards themselves will institutionalize these reforms which we are establishing and make sure that they filter down into the rest of the organization, right up to, I think the example that was made was right up to the cleaner in the organization. And then the other question was relating to success indicators. How would we know if we are successful in the implementation of these governance reforms? In our strategic plan for 2026 to 2030, we have included at least 2 indicators that talk to governance. And they say by the end of the strategic term, we are looking at least 80% of all our entities achieving at least minimum of 80% of their performance targets as per the APP. We also have another target which says at least 90% of our entities by that time have positive audit outcomes. We therefore are using these instruments which we are putting up in place to make sure that we drive our entities towards these success indicators. But amongst other things, then we hope there shall be a reduction in the irregular expenditure. There should be focus to customer, or what is called customer centricity, by our entities, but particularly focus on service delivery and the implementation of the mandate. We will then develop a particular matrix which just highlights what kind of success that we will be looking for as part of this governance framework. I think Honorable Matafa also raises the issue of benchmarking, whether it's locally or internationally, on our governance reforms. We are following, Honorable Member, closely to developments arising from the Institute of Directors South Africa, particularly now the coming into being of King 5 as the guiding governance framework for entities, not only in government, but also in the private sector. So we are looking at our entities to ensure that they formally adopt King 5 as the guiding framework for governance. But also internationally, the OECD publishes a whole lot of work on particularly SOE governance as well. And so we are keeping a close look at that to make sure that our frameworks do not depart that much from the international benchmark as well. Honorable Gcilishe raises the issue about this sounding like a new checklist, when we have not in the past been able to implement the old checklist, and it's the same people who are trying to implement the new reforms who have failed in the past. What has been a punishment for governance failure? For instance, she makes an example about the reduction of board fees, for instance, for entities that have qualified audit outcomes. We are pushing strongly as part of this governance reform to ensure that there is a deliberate implementation of consequence management across the board. Where transgressions have taken place at board level, at least the consequence management resides with the minister to make sure that she implements full consequence management. And the minister has given his full commitment to ensuring that such consequence management is done. We have, I think there was another member who raised an issue about investigations that have taken place. Which investigations are those, and what are the consequence management implications arising therefrom? We have done in the current financial year 3 investigations at ICASA, ZEDNA, and FPB. Those reports have been finalized and presented to the minister, and the minister is pursuing issues of consequence management to instances that require such be done. There is another investigation that we are currently starting relating to alleged transgressions at NEMISA, and we are going to be appointing a service provider to undertake that investigation at NEMISA. I'm just looking at then perhaps, Chairperson, if I were to reflect on the board of the post office, the process has advanced a great deal on the identification of people that could possibly be appointed as board members of the post office. We have put the minister, in fact, through the nominations committee in a position where he can select the people. The minister has identified the people that is willing to take to cabinet for concurrence, and we are finalizing that final leg of going to cabinet for the board of not only the post office, but the boards of ICASA, which has an interim board. We will be taking that to cabinet now in March. The council of the FPB, we will also be taking to cabinet now in March, as well as the CETA board, which currently has an interim board chairperson. Chairperson, I hope I have touched on the questions that have been raised, and if there are other areas where perhaps we have not been particularly comprehensive in our response, we can, as the DG undertook, we can perhaps supplement some of those responses through written replies, as the committee may wish us to do so. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Shelembe, and all other colleagues for those responses. I must say, DDG Shelembe, you're looking a lot more upbeat and in charge and confident in this portfolio than you were a few months ago. So I want to echo the sentiments of members that I think there is work being done there, even though, as I said, we may just need to drill down on some of the issues. But thank you for those responses. Colleagues, we are going to move to the next 3 items because I want us to complete them so as to meet our commitment to be done by 1300. The department is welcomed to stay on, and I would perhaps even suggest that they stay on even though these are more inward-facing issues. The first item, if my memory serves me well on the agenda, is we're supposed to discuss the tracking tool that we use for the tracking of resolutions that we have made as a committee, commitments of the departments. Thereafter, we are supposed to have a discussion on the legislative framework that we were talking about, and there's going to become a need, there will be a need for us to align with government, firstly, to ensure that there's no duplication, secondly, to ensure that process is correctly followed, and thirdly, to ensure that we are all aligned in terms of where we need to go. I see the chairperson of ICASA has raised his hands. Chairperson, do you want to come in?
Apologies, Chair. Yes, Chair. I thought if you allow me, I won't be long, Chair. There were just few questions that I thought if you allow just to answer from members, then I will be very brief, Chair, with your permission. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the first one, thanks, Member Subrati, for the question and the observation. As I've indicated in relation to the business case, I think, Chair and members, you'll recall that we have just recently established a forum of regulators. So between ourselves, Film and Publication Board, Information Regulator, and the Domain Authority. Now, taking those entities, we now have an opportunity to look at within ourselves some of the skills that we may want even to exchange or even just to co-use, because some of the issues that have been raised within the sector requires that kind of a collaboration. So coming back to you with a skill set that will identify, not to make sure that we've got duplication even amongst ourselves as entities. So that's the reason why we need a little bit of time. Member Matafa, thank you very much for your observation. I think it's important, Chair members, just to state that when it comes to skills, I know that in many instances we talk about recruiting from outside. We know that the advent of things like AI, in most instances, people talk about AI taking people's jobs. We have an opportunity to upskill those that have been traditionally dealing with operational matters like measurements, driving, doing, what you call drive test, as we know that the future requires AI-driven results. So in terms of upskilling, a program to make sure that we develop our own charity begins at home, that's the kind of a motto and a strategy that we'll be employing. In relation to international benchmarking, we currently have a council-led committee that is looking at engaging other sister regulators, not only across, the oceans, but even within SADC, like Botswana, Zimbabwe. You'll be interested to know that some of our colleagues within the continent, they've actually advanced, and taking lessons from them, actually, it's something that we are seeing as a progressive measure within the continent. Now, in relation to policy, maybe, Chair, just to give a quick scenario. Currently, our Electronic Communication Act, we are coming from an era where you'll find that in most cases, as an authority, we've been waiting for the minister to issue a policy direction. And you might have had people asking questions and say, at which stage do we as an authority initiate a policy, a regulatory change? Now, there's definitely going to be a need for the authority to be proactive based on their regulatory impact assessment outcomes, because there are areas where you don't have to wait for a policy pronouncement, but you can come out with regulatory frameworks that will guide. For example, AI, even prior to you having a policy, questions are asked. What are the basic principles that an authority like ICASA, Film and Publication Board, can pronounce whilst waiting for policy? For that to happen, members, you need a little bit of few members that have got skills just to start doing those RIA, because as you know, with regulatory impact assessment, you need to do quite a lot of analysis, etc. So I think that's what I would answer to Member Matafa, that yes, we are learning from all other colleagues all over the world. Finally, from Member Qilishe, I must state earlier on when I indicated that part of our skills development within the authority, firstly, is to make sure that internally our policies are aligned to best practice. You can imagine now if you are in HR and you don't have a clearly defined KPI, you overperform, your executive underrate you, you don't then get bonus, as an example. Now, we need to make sure that when it comes to those kind of alignment, it needs to be clear that your KPIs based on your skills are clearly designed through a SMART principle so that you don't find yourself having issues with your immediate. So such things, Chair and members, they tend to discourage professionals in organizations if you don't have proper defined performance management system. So it's important that even in this journey of ensuring that we bring skills, we must make sure that internally as an institution, we've got clearly defined policies that are encouraging. Secondly, to the member, she asked about the issue of data, cost to communicate. Again, Chair, we need to remind, I think maybe just to share with yourself that the sectors that we regulate, in the past 20 years, there's been a decentralization of electronic facilities. When we licensed all the licenses that we have, you'll recall some of the elements that they have, like data center, your towers, which is a must. With time, they started decentralizing those kind of elements in their networks. Now, that calls for an immediate, proactive intervention just through assessment to start to understand the behavior of this change. How does this decentralization impact cost to communicate? And I think for Member Xilishe, these are some of the areas that if we are talking about what are the strategies and tactics that the authority is deploying to advance the issue of cost to communicate, is to understand the sector that you regulate. And having said that, we are seeing a lot of decentralization of network elements being owned and managed by people outside our regulatory environment. So you would need to understand this behavior. And to do that, you need those skills. And I'm glad that you are raising the issue of cost to communicate, but it requires us, the Competition Commission, to make sure that we have that kind of an alignment in our approach of work. And finally, then the issue around the issue of consequences. Consequence management, I can assure you, Chair and members, that it's something that it's embedded within us as an employer, because ultimately, if you have been given deliverables and clearly you are not delivering as per your signed contract, I think these are some of the things that are non-negotiable. They should just form part of the culture of the organization, which goes with change management, culture, and behavior of those that work with you in the organization. So in a nutshell, those are some of the technical things that we are doing as an authority, just to demonstrate that alignment of our regulatory and policy inclusive to skills requirements relies even on us, our posture as leadership, on how we engage with our own people. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm listening to you and I'm wondering, what has Honorable Subrathi been doing to the leadership of the department? You are so keen to talk, man. It's as if you haven't been getting an opportunity to talk in months. But jokes aside, thank you very much for those additions, Chairperson. They are truly appreciated. And as I said, the invitation stands for the department should you wish to stay on in the meeting. If not, thank you very much for leading those presentations and taking part in the discussions. Can I then hand over to the content advisors and the researcher, Mr. Xulu? I'm not sure who's leading us in the first presentation on the framework, the legislative framework, as well as the tracking tool. Thereafter, we will go into the oversight report into Gauteng. And again, I request that there we focus largely on the observations and recommendations. And then our last presentation will be from Mr. Ngoma on the study tour. Dr. Mitupi, Mr. Malega, who is leading?
Good afternoon, Chair, and afternoon to the honorable members. I'm not too sure if the DM is still here, and the DG, and afternoon to the rest of the colleagues. I will be leading the initial part, which is the tracking tool, which is going to be in two parts. The first part just basically to go through the spreadsheet that I would have shared with the members, just to to explain over how all the entries that are on the spreadsheet and how the whole spreadsheet has been configured. Second part, Chair, really it would be, a presentation which would augment what is in the spreadsheet. But over and above, Chair, we're just going to be highlighting as well on the work that we have been doing in order to augment, the tracking of the resolutions of the committee. On the spreadsheet, Chair, what we have done is, I'm not too sure if you can see my spreadsheet, Chair. Is it showing?
I'm not seeing anything. I'm not sure if maybe it's my view. Okay, something's happening.
Is it now showing?
Yes, it is.
The first part, Chair, it's on the spreadsheet, and I'm sure my colleagues, Mr. Maleka and Mr. Kulu, would chip in as we move along. This is the spreadsheet, which is quite a manual, process, Chair, that we put together. On the spreadsheet, the Chair and the members is about over 500 entries, and majority of those are the committee resolutions emanating from 2024 when this administration took office. How the spreadsheet has been configured, Chair, and I'll speak into the constraint as well on this manual process. How the spreadsheet is configured, the first column, it will be the meeting agenda, which will be the items for a particular meeting, where each and every item would come up, with recommendations out of that meeting. Second part would be, second column would be the current status. The next part would be the category of each and every recommendation, the priority given the urgency, the medium, or the, or the less urgent. And the last part of that, or the second last part of that, would be the actual recommendations. And then we'll give the date on when was that recommendation undertaken. Chair, it suffices to say that this process, it really has been very tedious. And one of the things that have really, plays a very a bottleneck in terms of how these recommendations are being attended to. What happened is this, Chair, out of these recommendations, these are emanating from all the reports of the committee, all the minutes of the committee where there would have been recommendations. Like, for instance, this last meeting that we had on the update of the AI policy, on the data center strategy, and on the feedback on the policy colloquium. Out of those conversations, there would have been a set of recommendations that would go into that set of minutes. Now, what happens, Chair, is the inefficiencies in all these things, Chair, is that for each and every report that emanates, out of the committee work, those reports, there'll be ATC, they'll be considered, ATC go to the House, and ordinarily, the Speaker will then put together all those recommendations that the committee would have processed, and those recommendations will then be forwarded to the department. Now, what has not been happening, Chair, which has been quite inefficient, and I think this is one thing that we need to improve on, but more often than not, the recommendation that goes to the executive or to the department, there has not been a reverse loop or a feedback mechanism on most of those recommendations. We are sitting with about 500 odd number of entries on the spreadsheet. And I can tell you now, Chair, that most of those recommendations have not at least, have had a feedback mechanism in terms of whether those have been actioned or not. What we've been trying to do, at least as support staff, on some of the various recommendations that are quite critical. And this has been really a constrained, exercise. We've been trying to check on the spreadsheet whenever we have to sit and put together a program or committee, just to check which of these recommendations would need to call back the department or the various entities to come and give feedbacks on all this, critical recommendations. But that has not been working very well, Chair, given the time constraints that we are sitting with. Now, having said that, the Chair, and I'm not going to go through the entries. I think when I do the brief presentation, which is the second part of, of this item, I'll just touch on how is this configured and what has been the constraint and what have we been doing, as a support staff in making sure that, we work on the inefficiencies. One of the things that we discussed, Chair, when we went to the stretch session, was that part of our work as a committee will need to automate some of these processes. And I'll touch on that when I do a brief presentation in a minute. Now, going back into the spreadsheet, all of this that has been jotted down as recommendations. Most of this, you will see part of the current, on the current status, when it says it's closed, it means that recommendation has been attended to and it is closed, which then means that it has been resolved. But there's instances where it will say it's still being processed. It means that has been, or some action has been undertaken and the department or an entity is working on that recommendation in providing a resolution. There are instances where it will say the current status will say open. More often than not, it means that that recommendation has not been attended to, and it's yet to be, to be processed and to be finally, to be closed. Having said that, Chair, one of the things that would have to happen going forward, and we need to put this on record, is that without the reverse loop coming back from the department, what we then did, as indicated, we spoke to CETA, and I'll touch on that. But how best can we then make sure that we automated this process? And I must say that, Chair, on the background, there's been a great work that we've been doing together with CETA in coming up with a dashboard that will put all this recommendation in a proactive dashboard where at any given time, if there's anything that is lacking in terms of responses, it will be flagged, and whoever is responsible will then be notified. On that note, Chair, if you so allow, may I then please go to the actual presentation that will touch greatly, a very brief presentation, touch greatly on the spreadsheet and what we sort of are doing as intervention measures in making sure that we proactively are able to address all these recommendations timelessly and efficiently. If I may, Chair.
You may proceed, sir.
On a brief presentation, Chair, which is basically over and above on what I would have presented on the spreadsheet. The presentation is on the tracking tool itself on committee resolutions, as indicated on the spreadsheet, and the automation process that we are currently working on together with CETA, and I'll explain briefly in terms of the work that has been done so far.
Sorry, Doc, have you changed presentations now? Because we're still seeing the spreadsheet.
Are you still seeing the spreadsheet? Let me try and stop sharing and share again, sure. Technology, it's dealing with me this morning. I'll just share in a minute again. Can you see the presentation now, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Let me go back a bit. This is a presentation on the PCCDT tracking tool on committee resolutions and the automated process that we're busy working with together with CETA, Chair. The overview of the manual tracking tool, as indicated earlier on, it's a manual Excel tracking mechanism where the committee uses a manual Excel tool to record recommendations. But this is faced data entry errors and delays, as indicated, that one of the things that we've been constrained with, it's being able to efficiently track most of those resolutions as outlined on the spreadsheet. One of the things that, Chair, that would have highlighted, which is really would need to make sure that this, comes to the fore, very urgently, is the lack of automation. The tool could not automate reminders, escalations, or trend analysis, which then increases workload and inefficiencies as indicated. There's a limited real-time insights. Committee members struggle to access real-time progress and compare performance across multiple entries, and hence, Ms. Bodlani or Honorable Bodlani would have indicated that can we see, what exactly is happening with all the recommendations that have been passed by the committee. There's a need for then we indicate that there's a need for an advanced solution, and it's indicated ourselves and CETA, we are in the background busy working on some sort of a dashboard. This limitations, Chair, highlighted the need for a dynamic, integrated, and automated tracking system aligned with best practices. And that's what we are busy with CETA, and we'll touch a bit on that in a minute. Now, on the actual, tracking tool, the manual one as indicated, Chair, the executive brief on that, the centralized, this is what at least we had in mind, a centralized oversight tool tracking over 500 plus resolutions as outlined on the spreadsheet. There are standardized fields on the tracking tool, the manual tracking tool, which is status, the owner, the deadlines, and the category as indicated. The purpose was to improve accountability and follow up across entities, but there has been a whole lot of inefficiencies as indicated. How the manual tool works, which is the spreadsheet, there's four status categories, which is open, processing, closed, and ongoing as indicated. Filters allow quick identification of priority items. Dashboards highlight bottlenecks and overdue actions. This is, I need to indicate, a cumbersome process for the committee to track resolutions, as I would have alluded. The portfolio status overview, large volume of open, that is on the spreadsheet now. There's a large volume of open and processing items with a 2026 deadline, most of those as indicated on the spreadsheet itself. The high pressure areas, I must indicate, Chair, the high pressure areas is the SAPO business rescue, just to mention a few, SABC governance, SITA turnaround, and various issues within the department as it would have been indicated on the spreadsheet itself. Closed items are largely, and I need to emphasize that, are largely administrative or meeting-based items. There's been minimal traction, and this is quite critical, Chair, minimal traction of responses on the key resolutions which have been raised by the committee. The next slide, the entity-specific recurring pressure points emanating it again from the manual spreadsheet. SABC, as we all know, Chair, is the financial sustainability issue. Part of those would be DCDT strategy, one of the issues that would have been highlighted on the spreadsheet. On SAPO, property audits, financial sustainability, BRP timelines, DTT warehousing and processing. On SITA, AG findings, filling of vacancies, ICT governance failures. On ICASA, spectrum management optimization, OTT regulations, lack of funding, outdated ICT infrastructure. On GCIS, lack of acute oversight over MDDA. And I think, Chair, this would have also emanated, and the Gauteng report, oversight report, will show that there's been a bit of a lack of, oversight over MDDA, given the issues that the committee had to deal with during the oversight. There's been an issue, and a long-standing issue on the 30% ad spend for sustainability of community media. On the department, DCDT, inadequate oversight on entities as a shareholder and policy uncertainty. Chair, that last bullet point, Chair, if you look at the majority of the resolutions that are still open on the spreadsheet, most of those are predominantly sitting with the department. And some of those would have been attended to, but the biggest problem is that there has been that lack of feedback mechanism back to the committee in terms of the various action that would have been undertaken in taking corrective measures or in resolving some of the issues. Number of key cross-cutting risks, delayed strategic plans and APPs across multiple entities. This is one issue that the committee would have raised a number of times, Chair, and it keeps on emanating over and over again. It is something that the committee would need to track and make sure that we optimize on the submission of these various, reports. The SCM non-compliance, material irregularities, and misstatements on number of entities. These are some of the issues that would have been raised by the AG, particularly on number of entities. And there's a whole lot of recommendations that would have emanated from the engagement with the various entities, including the two departments, on the issues that would have been raised by the AGs. On the spreadsheet, Chair, I'm sure members would have noted there's a whole number of recommendations that the committee would have made. And most of those would still be open or at least being processed to some degree. Chronic staff turnover is impacting on service delivery. The staff turnover has been quite an issue, Chair, and there are a number of, actually a plethora, I must say, of recommendations since the inception of this administration on the staff turnover for the department itself and the two departments and the various entities within the portfolio. Slow progress on filling of critical vacancies across all entities. This has been a thorn and a pain point. I must also emphasize, Chair. The last bullet, weak interdepartmental coordination, including within the DCDT portfolio on the joint mandate. Chair, I really cannot overemphasize on the last bullet. I think number of oversight that the committee would have undertaken. This is one area that has come out quite prominently, and there's a whole lot of number of recommendations that are on the spreadsheet that touches on that. Now, the challenges as indicated, Chair, with the manual tracking is that there's lack of automated notification as indicated, and this really has affected, on how we get to monitor and track some of these recommendations with the two departments and the entities. Without alerts, and this has been without alerts for assigned tasks and deadlines, departments faced delays and missed commitments. The second part has been a time-consuming data filtering on the manual spreadsheet. Manual filtering in Excel made sorting items by department or status slow and cumbersome. The next item would be there's been no automatic data rollover. Open recommendations had to be re-entered for each meeting, risking omissions and extra work. The last part on that says been the absence of a dashboard and scalability. The lack of built-in dashboards required the use of external tools, limiting real-time tracking and scalability. And this is one area where we had to approach SETA and look and try and check and tap into their capabilities and competencies and how best they can assist the committee in making sure that we optimize in the work of the committee when it comes to the tracking of the committee resolutions. The next step, Chair, in order to try and remedy some of the inefficiencies in the system on the tracking mechanism, is to introduce dynamic dashboard for real-time monitoring, and that's part of the work that we're doing currently with one of our entities, and force consequence management for repeated delays, where resolutions are being left for a very long time without being actioned, strengthen follow-up cycles with structured reporting, prioritize oversight on high-risk, high-impact programs, as most of those would have been, impacted based on the resolutions which are not being attended to. Now, how the tracking tool, just in a nutshell, Chair, I think I'm almost done. How the envisaged automated tracking mechanism is going to work. The workflow cache phrase is this from the overload to oversight, piloting an automated resolution tracker. This is the path to empowered oversight, a new workflow from adoption to completion. 5 steps, 5 basic steps, is that we capture, we assign, we track, alert, and then we close. And this is what we currently are working on in terms of the automation of the whole process. Now, on the capturing, you capture a resolution is a resolution is adopted and instantly captured in the system. That's what the first part will do. The second part is the assignment. A clear owner, due date, and priority level are assigned. The third part, which is the tracking, the system provides automated reminders and real-time status updates. The fourth part, which is the alert, which is quite critical. The system will highlight the missed deadlines are automatically flagged as overdue on the dashboard. And the last part that we are sort of envisaging that the system will do is to then close the recommendation where that recommendation would have been actioned and corrective measures have been taken. There's a 3-phase pilot implementation on what we currently are doing, and we are almost, Chair. I must say that the SETA, they came and they presented, on what they've done, what they've done so far. We are almost towards the end of getting the dashboard ready. There will be a mock presentation, at least to ourselves as support staff sometime next week, just to give a feel in terms of what has been done so far in terms of the state of readiness. The 3-phase pilot implementation, 1 month it's a pilot and customization. The second month is data migration and training. Data migration, basically, it's what is on the manual spreadsheet will be migrated from the spreadsheet to the automated platform. And then the last part is the ongoing full rollout and reporting from the automated platform. The goal, a shift in focus, moving from asking what is the status to why is this delayed and how can we help. Without the tool, oversight has always been reactive as indicated. Meetings are spent on basic status updates. Performance issues are identified late. And those have really been some of the serious pain points when it comes to actioning some of these recommendations and resolutions of the committee. After the implementation of the dashboard, automated dashboard, with the tool, Oversight would be proactive and data-informed. Meetings focus on strategic problem solving. The committee has a shared, accurate understanding. Automated workflow processes, the second last slide, I think, Chair, it's structured recommendation lifecycle. Each recommendation becomes a work order assigned to specific departments and owners with progress tracking, automated notification and reminders. Department receive instant notification upon assignment and automated reminders before due date to stay informed. Escalation and accountability means deadlines trigger escalation alerts, ensuring accountability and timely resolutions of recommendation. Improved communication, consistent communication between parliamentary structures, and implementing entities is maintained through the entire automation process. The last slide. This is how the dashboard high level is going to be looking like, Chair, and the reporting requirement. It will be a metric, which is the status distribution, which is your priority levels, your monthly trends, your own accountability, and overdue items. Description of those, it shows open, closed, ongoing items. And on the priority level is urgent, high, medium, and low. On the monthly trend, recommendation over time. On the own accountability, actions per owner and performance. On the overdue items, high priority overdue actions. On the benefit, that will help identify backlog areas, that's the status distribution. On the priority level, the benefit of that will be support escalation planning. On the monthly trend, it will reveal workflow spikes. On the owner's accountability, it would then improve responsibility tracking. And the last part, which is the overdue items, it will direct urgent oversight on certain matters based on the recommendations that would have been undertaken by the committee. That's the last slide from my part, Chair. I'm not too sure if Mr. Maleka and Mr. Kulu would want to add anything. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Medube. Let's take the presentation on the oversight report. We'll give them 20 minutes maximum, 15 would even be better. If we could get that report on the oversight report, and then we will come back to this discussion. Thank you so much. And I hope you've seen the hands clapping there from Honorable Botlan. Honorable Ngobane?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought I was hearing you said you're going to have input after the oversight report. I wanted to have input now on these two presentations, but if you said let's have input after the oversight report, then I will wait for that.
Please, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngubane. I just want us at least to have this information, and then we'll engage it afterwards. Thank you so much for your understanding. Who is presenting on the oversight report?
That's myself, Chair. I can take the oversight report quickly before the legislative framework.
Thank you. You have until 12:10 for the oversight report.
It should be
sorry, I'm so sorry. It's actually me. This presentation is in two parts. The first part is the legislative framework. The second part is the legislative framework before the oversight report. We may want to spend some time on that. So let's take the legislative framework, and then based on how much time we have, we'll take discussions and then the oversight report after. Mr. Kulu, do you want to come in?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, and all protocol observed. Let me just share my screen. While I'm sharing my screen, Chair, I think it's very much important just to note that the presentation is very much compact, but I'm sure the members did get some time just to engage the 25-page document, which delves more on the issues supported by the research and also the international benchmarking when it comes to this formation of the legislative framework presentation. So, Chair, if the time permits, I'm going to be very much quicker. And then Doc and also Mr. Malega, if they have any input, then they'll add on it.
But after my presentation, Chair, we've asked our senior legal counsel or advisor, Ms. Advocate Charmaine, just to come and briefly do the presentation on the committee period process that the committee will have to follow after the adoption of this legislative framework presentation, if time permits, Chair. So just then to be more brief on this, it's very much important just to provide the background and the context on the South African legislative landscape. That in order for South Africa just to achieve what we call the fully fledged digital transformation, to modernize our economy, governance, and also have what we call the inclusive digitalized society, there are certain things that we need to take into consideration. And one of the key issue is that we need to look at our outdated legislations just to align with the digital future and the digital world. And in order for us to do that, we've done quite an extensive research just to see what are the key issues that we need to take into consideration when we look at the key drivers of the digital transformation. This includes the broadband expansion, data governance, cybersecurity, skills development, and digitization of the sectors that they play the crucial role in the digital transformation. And also, when you look at the research, it also indicates that as South Africa, we are still looking behind, as ITU indicated that in terms of the digital maturity, we are still facing a lot of challenges, including the updated regulations, policies, and also the legislations. And then you can just look at this picture, it says it all, because it then talks to the structural barriers to digital transformation, which talks about legislative fragmentation and also silos. If you can see, or if maybe you can just do just a quick scanning on our South African ICT outlook, you'll find that you've got the fragmented ICT-related policies of which they do not talk together. We don't have what we call the unified platform where we can just have such legislative talking to each other. And also having the updated technological prescriptive scope and also the infrastructural bottlenecks. This talks through your broadband rollout. I mean, when it goes to the municipalities, you find a lot of duplication in terms of the rollout, which then affects what we call the universal access and the inclusion for all. So then these are then the highlighted legislative reforms that we need to look at, which then includes the overhaul or the amendment of the key legislations that are within the scope of this committee, and some of them, they are outside the scope of this committee, because if you talk ICT, you cannot talk ICT in isolation with the other existing legislations that we have. So this then includes your AI, your OTT, IoT, MVNO, InfraCo, TowerCo, media, and so forth. And in order for such a proposed legislative framework just to see its light, then we need to look at the other existing legislations which then deals with the mandate of the regulator. Not only ICASA, FBP, ZEDNA, and others, that we need them just to expand on the ICASA Act so that we can allow ICASA just to deal with the other matters of which they were outside their scope when it comes to the regulations. And in doing so, there are key benefits. The cost to communicate, the expansion of the broadband and also mobile universal service access, and others. So then what then is important is that, as highlighted, that these are the challenges that I've already highlighted on to say, due to the fragmented ICT legislation and the policies, it's it's very much difficult for South Africa or for the sector to regulate your OTTs, to legislate the IoT, AI-enabled technologies, cloud services, cybersecurity, and the issues around the governance of the infrastructure sharing, wayleaves, and so forth. Then why then do we have to do such amendments? So if then we are having such laws which are more like backward in terms of dealing with the current issues that are talking to the modern and innovative society, then there are certain themes of which I've highlighted from page 16. So these themes, then we are saying that our legislative or the committee legislative framework outlook should then be able to look on what we call the technology neutral legislation scope, which will then involve the new chapters and also the amendment of the existing chapters, such as your definitions, licensing framework, issues around the universal services, media, AAV, and so forth. And also we need to have what we call the service neutral licensing framework, which will be able just to deal with the issues around the licensing of the MVNOs, around the licensing of the InfraCo, around the licensing of the TowerCo, and so forth, because this then talks to the digitalized world. And then also another key theme is that then we need to have the mandatory legislation, which then is able to deal with the issues around the infrastructure sharing and the wayleave. I mean, if maybe we can just recall that we have what we call the rapid deployment policy, which was, I think it was initiated in 2020. We've got your Infrastructure Protection Act and other policies that are dealing with the key infrastructure that we have, in collaboration with what we call the DDM and also with the municipalities. If then we can have the unified infrastructure sharing model, which is then effected by the legislation, that would then mean that infrastructure must be shared. And in areas where we don't have infrastructure, then we can be able to extend whatever infrastructure into those areas just to cover the unconnected, because ours is then just to thrive and just to drive for the universal connectivity and safe access. And again, when you look at ICASA Act and also ECA, especially the section 10 or the chapter 10 of ECA, which deals with the competition matters. And when you look at the mandate there, it was relevant at that time when the legislation was enacted. But right now, we need to expand that chapter just to deal with the current and the future when it comes to the issues around the competition and just so forth. But in working closely with the TTIC and the other competition apparatus that we have within the country. And then again, the issue of the audio and the audiovisual content services regulation, the document also does touch on that, because this now talks to our digital broadcasting sector, that we need to look at the issues around the podcast and just all of that. And finally, the issue of non-ICT SOEs within the ICT space. I mean, there are talks on the CITIC and so forth. But when you look at our current legislations, it's very much silent or mute when it comes to on the consolidation of the non-ICT SOEs into or in the ICT space. So what then will be the benefits? I mean, when we talk about the three challenges that are facing the country and the world, which is your poverty, inequality, and so forth. So then this then has integrated the socio-economic impact that will then lead to the benefits. of us updating our updated laws. One would be the economic impact would then boost the competition, reduce data prices, and encourage investment in the telecom infrastructure, especially in the underserved areas, particularly the rural areas. And also it will then deal with the technology advancement through innovation by supporting cloud services, IoT, AI application, DPI, and also increase the national digital competitiveness. Then in terms of the social inclusion, so the reforms will then be able to bridge what we call the digital gap by enabling universal access and supporting platforms for diverse communities, including the youth and persons with the disabilities. Also, in terms of the governance and the security, cybersecurity, I think it's one of the most issues that the country is just talking about. So then the legislation will then be able to align with the digital systems dealing with the cybersecurity, the citizen-centric public service. Now we're talking even about the issues around the data sovereignty, around the digital, and then just all of that. So then the key amendments as indicated, these are the legislations within our scope or within the committee scope. However, amending such will then have the impact on the other legislation or other existing legislations that are not within the ambit of the committee. Why I'm saying this is because when you look at the document that we've shared, it talks to the overall digital transformation that includes key departments such as your home affairs, defense, police, higher education, and so forth. But then we then said, okay, maybe the approach that we need to use here, just to dealing with one issue, one matter at a time while we are busy amending our existing legislations, that we just need to have the key priorities. So the key priorities for this seventh administration is just to look and amend the existing legislations that are within our scope. However, this will then, it's likely to impact the other existing legislations that are not within our scope. I think Advocate Charmaine will then be able to touch base on that, on the process that the Parliament would then have to follow when it comes to that. So what is important now, honorable members, is just to have the view of the high-level timelines, just to say, okay, if then we are adopting, or if the honorable members, they are adopting this legislative framework, what will then be the process in terms of the high-level timelines? So we phase this into four. The first one would be the framework adoption, of which we are presenting today. After the consideration, the deliberations by the members, the committee will then be able to adopt the framework. Once the framework is being adopted, then there will be engagement and the expert reviews, which will then include the public hearings, the call for submissions and comments, and also the appointment of the independent panel expert that will be dealing with these issues, because we need to be more inclusive when we are dealing with the legislation. So we also need to have the stakeholder engagement just to get their input into the committee bill. And then once that is done, we'll then be dealing with the drafting of the committee bill based on the public consolidated public comments and submissions. That will include the involvement now of the parliamentary legal services, just to deal with the drafting up until the tabling of the legislation, where we are dealing with clause by clause deliberations, socio-economic impact, and just all of that. So Chair, through you, this was the end of my presentation. I would like to hand over to Advocate Charmaine just to give us a brief on the process that the committee will then have to follow in initiating the committee bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nholu. Advocate, you may proceed.
Thank you and good morning to the members. Let me just share my presentation. Okay. Good morning to all the members. Sorry, I want to just drag this so it's a bit closer so that I can see when I look. Apologies when I look away. I've just got two screens. It makes it a bit easier for me to work. I'm going to go quite quickly through this presentation. I think at this point in time, it is more for members to understand what this process involves and what are the benefits and the risks, and of course, quickly what the process would be. So a committee is empowered to make committee bills. The Constitution allows the committee to, in fact, introduce a committee bill. That is Section 73(2) that allows that. And in fact, Parliament has in the past been criticised for not initiating legislation by itself. So it's partly why drafting capacity was created in the administration of Parliament to assist members and committees to, in fact, initiate legislation. So even in the draft strategic plan for the current Parliament, Parliament identified impactful lawmaking as one of the outcomes in order to, enhancing also drafting capacity of Parliament as a whole. That includes committees and members. So committees are definitely empowered to do this. You have the power to initiate a committee bill. Now, when we look at the difference between an executive bill, private members' bills are very similar to executive bills. So executive private members' bills versus committee bills, there is quite a big difference, and it is also where the risk arises in respect of a committee bill. So since we have had the panel assessment in 2009, we have developed 17 committee bills, and 12 of those have been passed by Parliament. But it is not always possible to develop a committee bill. It depends on the subject matter. It depends on time. So the factors that we have identified so far based on experiences is that an executive bill is preferred where there's a lot of policy development to be done. Parliament does not have a dedicated policy development unit. It would take a lot of staff because every subject matter would need an expert. So at this point in time, the support staff to a committee are the ones who will assist with policy development as well as the department, of course. If a bill is contentious, and I'll explain maybe later on when I get to why this contentiousness might be a problem because it speaks to time. And if the bill requires subject matter expertise. So if these factors are there in the policy that we are looking at, then we would recommend that we rather look at executive bills. They have the capacity, they have the time, they have the resources. But things that favor a committee bill would be technical matters where there's little or no policy development required, or the policy is completed, of course. If there's a reading from a court, if it's not a contentious matter, it is something that everyone agrees on, or it deals with matters affecting Parliament itself. So a quick overview of the process that happens with a committee bill is, first of all, you start off with policy development. Without a policy, it is not possible to draft legislation. Once we have that policy development, and I think when we look at the previous presentation, that is where we will have a process looking at a panel of experts, looking at getting inputs from the public, so that we can understand what it is that we are looking for in this bill. What is it that we want to achieve? What is going to be the impact of this bill? And once we have developed all of that, we know then now what will be the impact? What are we going to achieve? What is the mischief? What is the gap in the law? Where are we trying to address this? What is the solution? So these are all the things that we look at first. Once that is done, the committee puts sort of a summary of that in a memorandum that goes to the House, to the Assembly in this case, because you're a portfolio committee. It goes to the House. The House can then give permission for the committee bill to be developed. So the committee bill, there could be conditions. The House could put a time frame on it. It could be the other way around as well. The House can take the decision and give an instruction to a committee to develop. But in this case, of course, it will be the committee will do a memo to ask for permission. Once we have that permission, then the draft bill is developed. We look at the policy and we start drafting. Our office can assist this committee with that drafting. And normally we ask around 3 months for the development of a first draft. It depends on how big this bill is going to be. In other words, are we amending multiple acts? Are we amending multiple sections in an act? So it depends on how many clauses you are looking at. That will determine the time to draft. But in general, if we're amending one act and we're looking at 10 or 15 clauses, we normally have about 3 months, or ask for 3 months. The reason for that time is that you don't just amend legislation in isolation. You need to look at how it affects other pieces of legislation so that you make sure that it is aligned, that it is constitutional, and so on. Once we have a draft and we bring that draft to the committee, there is then an advertisement to call for comments. Committee will say, we are intending to introduce this bill and we would like you to comment on the bill. Now, this will then be further comments, but directly on the clauses to the bill, which the committee will consider. And here your process starts looking very similar to an executive bill, except your bill is not yet introduced. But you will consider the public submissions, you may have hearings, you may make amendments to that bill. It might be that you need to go out for a further call for comments if there's something new or material that is changing in your legislation. And this process continues until you're satisfied with the bill. Then you adopt clause by clause and you will introduce the bill. Now, there are sort of sideline processes that happens with this. When the call for comments is made, there will be a report to the House to say you've reached a point where this bill is going to be published in the Gazette and in newspapers calling for comments. There's going to be consultations with the joint tagging mechanism to confirm the process that this bill must follow legislatively. That doesn't really affect this committee. It is more the National Council of Provinces that is affected by that, because the 75 and the 76 bill don't follow the same process in that House. We more or less look at an average of 4 to 8 months in the first House. And I'll give some more detail, but I'm going to go through those details quite quickly. The presentation has been made available and you can look at that. Then the second House will, of course, follow that process according to the classification. If there are amendments, this is very similar to an executive bill, then those amendments will come back and there will be either mediation if it's a 76 or an adoption thereof. The one thing that I want to stress for the committee, and this is where that contentiousness issue is very important to remember. The same thing where it's a number of acts that are being amended or a number of clauses that are being put in the bill. In other words, a number of sections that are being amended. A committee bill is not introduced until this committee has finished its work completely. It is only after this committee adopts the bill that the bill is introduced. That means that you need to keep an eye on the timeline of the 7th Parliament. When the 7th Parliament is dissolved, if your bill is not introduced, it vanishes. It at best goes into your legacy report, and it is for the 8th Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communication to decide what they want to do with that work done. They could, of course, use whatever research is done, etc., but they will have to restart the process. They will have to again ask for permission. They will have to again do public participation. They will have to again deliberate on the bill. So it is very important that when we look at the bill that we are going to be developing, that we look at timelines and that we target introduction in this Parliament. If the bill is introduced in this Parliament, then it is a bill. And come the 8th Parliament, it is something that can be revised at whatever stage it is in, and you do not lose the work that was done. So it's very important, and that is the big risk with a committee bill, is that timeline of your current Parliament. Luckily, we still have some time. If we were in the last year of the Parliament, we would have been very, very concerned about such possible introduction or not. The next slide that I want to show you, here I'm going to go very quickly because this actually just goes more into detail about this process. I've explained to you we need to have this policy. There's a memorandum that is adopted. On your policy, I in fact have already given you a lot of information on this. What do we want to achieve? What is the mischief? Where's the gap? What is the solution? And when we look at who can assist, you will recall I've said that Parliament doesn't have dedicated policy developers. We also don't have an impact assessment unit in Parliament, and that is not a requirement for a committee bill, by the way. It is a cabinet requirement, so it's only executive bills that need a socio-economic impact assessment. However, Parliament has now adopted an impact framework, and the intention with that is to make sure that when Parliament makes laws, it is an impactful law. So it would be recommended that to some extent, even if it is informal, even if it is using just staff, support staff, that some kind of impact assessment is done of the legislation. So who can assist? Support staff, the department, organs of state. We've even had on a committee bill National Treasury assisting in respect of financial implications. And of course, you can always ask for external experts. On some of the committee bills, we've had professors from universities assisting free of charge. It's not to say that all of them will be free of charge, but that has been a possibility in the past. So once we have the memorandum in, of course, like I said, the speaker tables the memorandum, the committee prepares the bill, which our office can assist with. There's a consultation of the JTM, and then we look at the notice in the Gazette. That is your normal process, like I've said. We will consider those comments. You may make amendments. Then we look at certification introduction. So just to quickly speak to amendments. So one thing that we need to keep in mind when we look at amendments to bills, of course, you can amend that bill in any way at any stage before introduction. The only thing that we need to keep in mind is if amendments are material or they deal with new issues, then we have to publish again. So that is something that might prolong the process of the bill. And also, depending on your nature of your bill, the contentiousness, the more sections you are amending, there will be your more likelihood to have multiple consultations. So that's another factor to consider. Then in the first house, you will have your second reading. This committee bill will not have a first reading. It's not possible. The rules do not allow for a first reading. You will only have a second reading. And then once that is done, it will go to the second house. So on this slide, you will see the estimated time of 4 to 8 months. And I kind of set out here for you what you're looking at. Your reporting, your deliberations, you're looking at about 2 to 3 months. Your drafting, you're looking at about 2 to 4 months. Your public involvement is just over a month about, and your house process is about 3 weeks. Your second house, I've already explained that, so I'm not going to go too much into detail on that. And in fact, that is my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that we are going to see some committee bill coming from this process. It is always good. We've been trying to promote committee bills and we've not really had any interest. So we are looking forward to working with this committee. Maybe just in closing, what would be the advice that I can give this committee? I would advise this committee to consider what needs to be amended and to focus on 1 or 2 or maximum 3 aspects that this committee can have as a quick win. In other words, matters that you know the department is also agreeing with you on this. And not that they have to, of course. I'm just meaning that if the department agrees, you tend to have that kind of support from them. They can also give their staff to assist with certain aspects of the bill. So you have a bit of a better cooperation situation. And of course, if the department doesn't agree, it makes the bill contentious because this committee will have to report on what the views of the department is as well. And then, of course, it becomes a voting matter. So it's not the end of the world, but our advice would be to go for matters where you know you can do this quickly, you can finish this bill in the next year, you have it introduced. If we can have this bill introduced in the next year, nothing stops you from going for the next bill. And I think at this point in time, we will still have some time. Yes, we'll have to be quick. It might have to be a shorter bill, but that could be a process to consider as well, because also then you will know what it is to expect. So I would definitely recommend starting out smaller and focusing on 1 or 2 matters where you know that they are not that contentious and you will definitely have buy-in and support. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate van der Merwe. Let me also thank Mr. Kulu for that presentation. Maybe just to also give additional context, I see that Mr. Kulu didn't go into the detail of what are some of the considerations that we can look at in terms of areas of amendment. Honorable members, you'll remember that the issue of outdated legislation is something that has been sitting with us for a very, very long time. I mean, it's been in essence the center of our challenges and our agenda. Now, if you think back over the last couple of months in the committee, we have sought to, have the department come present the outcomes from their policy colloquium. We've asked them a number of times for their roadmap for legislative changes and. This process is not meant to usurp any certain powers from the department. It's supposed to complement it. If you listen to what Advocate van der Merwe was saying, the timeline for the introduction of a committee bill from the side of Parliament arguably is much shorter than the 2-3 years that we keep hearing the department speak of. I would like us to note this presentation, I think, as the first point of engagement, but I would also like that the researcher and the content advisors circulate the possible areas of amendment. I'll make an easy example. If you take podcasts, for example, where the only reason why they don't fall within the ambit of your Broadcasting Complaints Commission and some online media does not fall under the Press Council is simply because a section of the ECA does not recognize online as a type of broadcasting media. It only speaks about public, commercial, and community media, and online is not included within that definition. Now, for us to get to the stage, for example, of regulating podcasters, you first need to get them included in the definition of broadcasting media within the ECA, and then the process flows from there, which is something that I think is relatively manageable. You'll also have an example on the issue of infrastructure sharing and the impact that has on the cost to communicate, where legislation is ambiguous on infrastructure sharing. Hence, you have cases in court around those issues. The Postal Services Act was recently amended, but the extent to which it allows for the full integration of e-commerce services within e-commerce and logistical services within the post office in the Postal Services Act, again, is a challenge. So these things I'm talking about are bite-sized amendments that I don't think, and having listened to the advocate, they require the lengthy process that the executive would take to make those amendments. But there's a number of them that have been identified. And I'm going to ask that Mr. Ulu circulates them. And then perhaps as part of the start of a process towards a committee bill, we can have a full discussion on, is this something desirable that the committee would like to take on board? I know that we should not have any challenges in terms of the department supporting or not supporting. Rather, are we ensuring alignment with the work that they've been doing? We're sitting with huge problems on artificial intelligence, huge problems on disinformation. You've got comparative examples from across the globe on how those issues have been handled in other jurisdictions. And I'm sure, should we proceed with this process, that is one of the areas that we would also be able to look at in terms of substance. Members, let me stop here and then maybe take your inputs, questions for clarifications, comments on the two presentations that we have just received. Depending on the number of comments, I will allow us to go up to 1:15. Then at 1:15, I'll ask that we take the feedback, or at least the briefing, on the study tour. And if we've run out of time, I'll request that we defer the oversight report to the next meeting. The floor is yours, honorable members. Honorable Ngubane, can I pick on you first, since you had wanted to come in?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Chair. I request as well to keep my video off. I'm on the bad conditions here. There's too much noise where I'm at.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Yeah, Chair, I think this is the excellent presentation I've seen on this, especially the first one, the one on the the tracking tool, the spreadsheet that has been presented. When there was presentation, Chair, I was tempted, I don't know, but it's up to this committee and you, Chair, that this thing that this tracking tool that this Mr. Medupi is presenting, it's gonna be, it can even helpful on an overall all parliamentary committee work. If this committee and us, Chair, we can then expand it and not being selfish to serve ourselves only. All committees lack this thing, this tracking tools of their activities that they're dealing with in different departments and within its entities. So it can assist, Chair, if we can expand it as well, because like I saw Mr. Medupi spoke about for now it's still manual and it's not automated. And then if there could be collaboration with an ICT in Parliament to automate it and to start creating APIs that extract data on HR systems, on Oracle, on SharePoint, and be able to link to members as well. And so that we are able to see, even log in at any time on a certain spreadsheet of Parliament and be able to track the activities and the issues that we are dealing with in committees per entity and per department, and see how far it is, what is outstanding, and even comment on it. This would be a very useful tool that could enable the overall Parliament, if we can link this initiative with ICT. Luckily, the ICT of Parliament already have these infrastructures, server rooms and everything where this tool can be implemented. So that's what I saw, Chair, as a quick input. I said, oh, here's a great opportunity where this committee can enable the whole Parliament on automation, on many things. Because sometimes committees, they found that they have numerous meetings, they are unable to track issues. Some issues on other committees, they date back as like 5 years back, and the committee is becoming rhetoric as well. Next year, they're speaking about the same issue. Next year, same issue and issue, but there's no tracking tool. And I even like the spreadsheet, Chair. There are a lot of tweaking that still needs to be done, that can be done, which I can even as well propose to Mr. Medupi or this committee, that there is tweaking there that can be done. This is a highly useful presentation, Chair, that can add value, not only on us, but it's an excellent presentation, can add value in an overall Parliament on everything that we do on the Parliament. And then as well on the presentation, the recent one that has been presented on the digital transformation legislation framework presentation. This is good also, but the challenge that I've always seen in these policies and legislative and bill proposal, my concern, there's a lot of them. We deal with technical people in almost all entities of DCDT who are highly technical, who have seen loopholes at ICASA, at USTASA, all over, and they've raised issues saying, this policy is inhibiting us here, or this policy is deliberately made to have this loophole to enable these kind of business, these sectors, these sort of people. It needs to be fixed like this and this. But my major worry, that I even raised this issue in the Chief Whip's Forum. My major concern, Chair, is the turnaround time of changing these bills, of changing these policies, these legislation, when you've identified the problem. You identify a problem now, and everyone sees this is a problem. It's costing entity, or it's costing certain sectors of people or certain business huge millions. And then if you implement it within 1 month, within 12 months of a year, 11 months of the year finish, you could have saved so many people or so many business people huge amount of money. But the turnaround time that we have in this country, I wish we were like first world countries where we see these guys overseas, the first world countries where they implement a bill immediately and sign, and boom, it's implemented. I think it goes within a week with the parliament for approval, public participation and everything. If we can have that, this valuable suggestion of policy framework changing and legislation and bill amendments. And I saw the presenter was talking about 3 months of drafting, 6 months of this. I don't know how can we make these things make sense and be of value and impact to people that we are serving. Where a bill, once a loophole is found, 1 week or 1 month of changing it, everyone participates and we're all solving the problems and we're not sitting and running around for the whole 3 years solving a problem that occurred 5 years ago. Thank you very much, Chair. That's my only thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Botlani?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I must say Honorable Ngubane has covered me, but it would be career limiting for me to be covered by the MKP. But I must really express, Chair, that my heart is really full. My heart is really bursting at the seams because this has been something that I think will help the committee be more effective, and we will be able to, at the end of our 5 years, and we are almost halfway through, talk about a legacy that we would have left for the portfolio committee. And if we take a leaf out of what Honorable Ngubane is saying, it's something that really can be extended into Parliament. I do want to support the call for the spreadsheet. While it really is a great start, I think greater automation of the process so that even as members of the portfolio committee and MPs that do not even sit in this portfolio committee, they would be able to get in and track the resolutions, as this document really has to be a living document. And if we really do that, it means that the onus remains on us to bring the issues that are on the resolutions that are on the tracking to the committee so that we remind each other. So I really am excited, Chairperson. And I also wanted to welcome the presentation on the development of committee bills. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Botlani. Honorable members, I'm not seeing any further hands. I really don't want to spoil that feedback from Honorable Botlani and Honorable Ngubane. And I think that we are totally aligned in terms of what we are trying to do here. Advocate van der Merwe, while we would not have any questions directed to you specifically in this meeting, maybe is to just say that the next step we would like to bring to the committee is where we discuss, I know that, it's legal jargon in Parliament to discuss desirability, but I'm using that word loosely to say, for the committee to say, having received this framework around legislative priorities, these are the proposals that are on the table. What does the committee feel we should prioritize? And also taking from what Honorable Ngubane was saying, an engagement with the department, because as we were saying, a huge part of this is to also alleviate the strain from the department sitting there where there are changes that could be made relatively quicker, well, not relatively much quicker, then they will be able to get it through their process, that those are incorporated in this committee bill. And I think taking your advice that, you finish an elephant bit by bit, right? So what are some of the things that we can start with? For example, we must discuss the desirability of legislating the 30% spend on community media and SABC. We've been talking about the fact that this depends on collegiality, whether people feel like doing it or not, or they want to go support other broadcasters without at least due consideration of these. So it's matters like that that I think in one of the next meetings we must bring to the committee a full table and say, here is the list of priorities for consideration. Do we then proceed? And I think that with a committee decision there, then we begin to fall into place in the process that the advocate has outlined. On the issue of, throughout Parliament, most definitely. Myself, I'm not sure who else. I think Honorable Subrathi, we do sit on the ICT forum of the which is chaired by the Deputy Speaker of the House, and this is definitely something that once we have at least piloted and have proof of concept, we would want to bring there for consideration for rollout in Parliament as a whole. I mean, I think it is our responsibility as this committee to also play our part in ensuring the technological advancement of Parliament as a whole. So with there not being any other comments, then let me thank once again the content advisors. Let me thank the researcher, Parliamentary Legal Services, and all colleagues who would have contributed to this. I'm not sure if there are still any colleagues from the department who are left in the meeting, except to say if they are, I take it that they're taking note of the thinking within the portfolio committee and where we would like to go. And once we have taken a decision, we'll obviously be engaging with them to ensure alignment there. The time now is 12:35. I do want us to take the briefing on the study tour and maybe afterwards take any clarity-seeking questions there. And I think the oversight report, if there's no objections, colleagues, we defer that to the next meeting. No objections. May I then call on you, Mr. Ngoma, to give us a briefing on the study tour?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon and good afternoon to members. Chairperson, before I proceed with the briefing, just want to congratulate my team for a job well done on those two presentations. There's a lot of hard work that...
Wait for us to congratulate you. Oh, hey.
A lot of hard work was done behind the scenes. Chair, just a short briefing on the international study tour. We had received political approval. I think I had brought it to the committee. We received political approval for the full committee, which is 11 members, and the support of 2 staff members, even though the Secretariat Office is working on trying to get other colleagues that provide critical support to the work of this committee, as the previous presentations speak for themselves. To be part of the delegation. Chairperson, nothing has changed on the dates as presented previously. It is traveling date, the departure date, the Saturday of the 28th of March, with the arrival in Beijing on the 29th of March, and with the start of the official program on the 30th of March till the 3rd of April, and with the scheduled return of the 4th of April. Mr. Martins had been in contact with members that live outside of Gauteng in terms of connecting to Johannesburg for preparation for the departure on the 28th. Chairperson, as things stand, we have the Hilton Hotel has been identified for the accommodation of the members in Beijing for the duration of the stay. We have submitted the financial application that with all the logistical arrangement, it is being processed. We're hoping to receive approval early next week with the final signatory. And immediately once we have that approval, Chair, then tickets will be issued to members so that they can start with the preparations. There will be a form that we will be sharing with members, a travel insurance form, which will request members to sign and return to us. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Chair, has been notified of the visit, and we are also being assisted by them in terms of liaising with the Chinese government in relation to the committee visit and and other matters that relate to logistical arrangements. We had sent out a message to members checking if there were any members who did not have official passports. We received 2 requests, and those members were assisted. I am aware that one of the members collected the passport yesterday, and the other member will be collecting next week, Chairperson. And then I've also been informed by DECO that for as long as we have a diplomatic or official passport, then there is no visa requirements to enter the People's Republic of China. So there will be no requirement for members to do any visa applications. We also, Chair, the team that presented earlier, we in the process of putting together an international study topic for members. We had previously shared a concept document, but for the purposes of the new members who have recently joined the committee, will be sharing that document again, Chairperson. Just safe to say that we've had slight delays. We could have had probably the tickets issued by now, but because of the changes, Chairperson, that the committee would be aware of that have been happening in the committee, we've had to submit addendums to our political applications, which then delayed the financial, the drafting of the financial application. And also, Chair, lastly, as things stand, we only have on the submitted financial application, there's one member from the MK party. We have we removed the name of Ms. Colleen Makubele. So, Chairperson, on the initial application, we had three names, three names, that of Mr. Ndlela, Ms. Makubele as the permanent members in the committee, but we had also indicated that Mr. Ngubane is an alternate in the committee. So we will be also maybe assisted by the MK party as to what do we do in this instance. But the application has gone for relevant signatures. We could not wait. Chair, we don't want to cause any more delays, but we'll then just submit an additional memo as soon as perhaps Mr. Ngubane or the MK party has advised us on the second member. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, yeah, I'm ready to take any questions of clarity seeking. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Ngoma, before you get off the floor, are you able to give us any highlights of the program? I get it was a logistical briefing, but can you speak to any elements of the program during the stay in the People's Republic of China?
Chairperson, or yes, Chair. As I'm trying to open the document now, Chair, it is really a high-level document. Maybe my colleagues will assist. The team will assist if maybe I'm presenting something that contrary to what we would have drafted. I'm just trying to check if I have any sharing rights. Share. Okay. Which, my apologies, members. I'm just struggling with the sharing of this document. I don't know why that feature is not appearing on my screen. Or there it is. Thank you, Chair. Chair and members, this is what we have drafted. As I had said, this program we have sent, it is subject to whether the entities that we have identified there are available to meet with the committee, whether on the identified days or on one of the days that the committee will be in China for the visit. So what we normally do, once we have this high-level program, we share it with DECO, because they are the one that liaise with the government of China in terms of liaising with the entities that have been, with the institutions that have been identified by the committee. So they might come back to say, for an example, instead of meeting with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology on Monday, they're only available on Tuesday, but on Tuesday we'll be meeting with the National, on Monday rather, we'll be meeting with the National Development and Reform Commission. But Chair, this is what we've given to them. As it is on the screen, we're planning a meeting with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology on Monday. And Chairperson, because of the arrival times on Sunday, we had planned to first perhaps have an engagement with the ambassador, just to announce formally announce our presence in the People's Republic, Chair. But because of the arrival times on Sunday, we looking at perhaps having that engagement on Monday evening after the first meeting. And then, Chairperson, the following day, it is the National Development and Reform Commission, which will be followed by the meeting with the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. And on Thursday, we've planned a visit to Huawei, Beijing Research Center. And on Friday, it is a planned meeting with the China Mobile Communication Group. That is just a high-level program that we have prepared thus far, Chairperson. My colleagues might want to speak to it more. And if that is the case, then I would invite them to do so through you, of course, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I check with the advisors and the researcher if you would want to make any additions here? I'm interested to find out, based on our priorities as a committee, whether all of these meetings, and I see it's one meeting per day, these members will be so bored, whether it speaks to the areas that we are most interested in. We don't want to just go there and listen to what is being said, but we must also be very clear about what we're trying to get out. So issues of postal reform, issues of digital migration, and so forth and so forth. If I could please just get somebody to direct us how those are accommodated amongst others.
Good afternoon, Chair. If may, it's Jacob. In the Chair, if let me put on my camera, the rationale, and this will come from the brief as well that you're going to put into the Chair. But when we look at the concept note, we would have sort of given some sort of a precursor or a brief in terms of what are the areas of focus that we're going to be looking into, and that's where each of those entities that we've identified, comes into the fore. But what we'll do, Chair, just to fortify that point, is that we're going to put together an actual brief as part of the pack, as indicated by Mr. Ngoma, that will give a clear, a rationale why each of those, entities and government department, why are we doing those? But indeed, this would have been in line with what would have, put together as a committees, priorities, but that will come quite, forthrightly when we put together a brief that will really be prominently, put out there in terms of why and the rationale, why are we doing those entities and the departments and some of the commissions as indicated on the program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Medupi. Just one request from me that we try and ascertain the possibility of meeting our parliamentary counterparts as well. Colleagues, that is the briefing on the international study tour that has been scheduled from the 28th to the 4th of March. I must put in a disclaimer that I'm going to stay for an extra 3 days at my cost, so that I don't get into trouble with anybody. But any clarity-seeking questions, colleagues? We're still to obviously get the full brief. Honorable Botani?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Just to say, we will go to our caucuses and get the relevant permissions, and hopefully we will be able to communicate back to Mr. Ngoma by the end of next week. So perhaps he must just cycle back to us before any bookings are made, and I would appreciate that. But thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlani. And I think, Honorable Ngubane, you would have noted the request for MK Party to give direction in terms of their delegation.
Yeah, yes, Chairperson, I will attend to it. I'll give Mr. Ngoma today the feedback. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, then, with there being no other items on the agenda, I think maybe it's proper to bring the meeting to a close. I do apologize that we were not able to get to the oversight report, but Friday is a necessary day, but it's not necessarily the best day because of the various commitments that members have. But let me thank you so much for your time, for participation, for the preparatory work. Let me congratulate Mr. Ngoma's team that he was trying to congratulate himself, and thank once again Parliamentary Legal Services and the department for participation in this meeting. We will meet next week, and therefore I declare the meeting closed. You have a good afternoon and a good weekend. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bye-bye, members.
Recording stopped.